Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, April 15th at 4:02 p.m. Let's see. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share will be displayed on the town's YouTube site. Please act accordingly. If you want to record the meeting, please let me know. There's no one here to record the meeting other than two people who typically wouldn't record the meeting. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Let's see, it'll be a voice vote, the members present. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Did you want to amend the agenda to remove number 6 on consent?
Yes. Motion would be, let's just roll back the tape a moment. The motion would be to approve the agenda subject to, what number was that, Kathy?
Number 6.
Number 6,
which
1
is-
North Swift Rock Road being held off of consent. There was a question that it will be resolved and revisited.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to not include number 6, 1 North Swift Rock Road.
Under consent. Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That also carries unanimously. I want to make an announcement. The HDC public comment email is up and running. It is HDC public comment. It's extremely imaginative, so you don't forget about it. At nantucket-ma.gov, nantucket-ma.gov, whichever you prefer. The concept here is that comments are submitted to that email address. They are due by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the meeting so that commissioners can receive comments with some time to review them Monday evening or Tuesday before the meeting. I'll remind people that having public comments on the record are beneficial, including if you are for or against something and it ends up going to appeal, because that's the only way it's really going to be on the record. Minutes don't necessarily capture all that information. So there's that. We'll be making that announcement till you're sick of it and people are using that email address regularly. Oh, let's see. Consents, do we have recusals?
I do.
So Dale, you're on which two?
I'm on 13, 14, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, so Dale. And anyone else? Okay, so why don't we do sitting board, Angus, Abby, myself, Connie, and Carrie. Carrie, do you have any recusals on this?
Not on this. Luke has one on the, with conditions.
Okay, great. So that's our sitting board. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor, on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're on to consent with conditions. Joe, Val, do you have any?
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah, other than Luke and Carrie. Okay, so we'll go with Joe. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yep.
Great. Okay, so it'll be Angus, Abby, myself, Connie, and Joe on consent with conditions. Do we have a motion to approve as submitted?
So moved.
Angus on your motion.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're on to signs. Is there a motion? This will be, are there any recusals? Okay, so this will be those present, Abby, Angus, Val, myself, and Connie.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Excuse me, Nikki Sheriff is, our staff member is online to discuss number 10 of the signs, just so you're aware.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is a motion to approve the sign committee recommendations 1 through 7.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Same board will take up number 8, 10 Straight Wharf, projecting sign at Jack and Charlie's. Hey, Nikki, good afternoon. What's going on?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. I just wanted to quickly give a brief detail as to why the sign for Jack and Charlie was denied this morning.
Okay.
Okay. So it was carefully reviewed by the council members, and then the grounds for denial are basically that not only that it's a freestanding sign, but it has also been altered from its original form, which no longer qualifies it for the grandfathered status under the sign guidelines. And that's pretty much it, but I just wanted it to be clear for the record since it was a denial.
Okay, so, and questions for Nikki on that? Nikki, I have a question. Was the applicant or the applicant's agent present?
Yes.
Okay, and were they, any information you can give us on any comments they made?
Not in particular. They were just curious as to why it was denied. So we explained that based on the pictures before, they had altered the brackets of the freestanding sign. And so, disqualifies it from the grandfather status. So we're not able to approve it based on that status anymore.
Okay, and then the next question is if it goes back to its or its pre-altered form, is that sign still allowed? That's to say it's not freestanding and it's bracketed and so on and so forth?
Yes, but the pre-altered form in
Yeah.
its nature was that it was freestanding. The sign guidelines allow freestanding signs if they're grandfathered in. But if you alter it in any way, even if it's the brackets, then it disqualifies you from that grandfathered status. So it wouldn't be approved.
Okay. Sounds a little tenuous, but we're going to go with that recommendation, I believe. Do we have a motion for 10 Straight Wharf to accept and the SAC's recommendation for denial and to have that written up as such?
So moved.
Again, a sitting board here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. This is the time where we get to ask Holly questions. Do we have any? And do we have any? Holly, I thought I had one on the Ford Van Fleet. I hadn't checked it, but there was no property record information card, or what was presented was like small format and unusable.
Correct. The photos were very, very tiny, and there was nothing from the tax assessors.
Okay, so the property record card information and including the footprint. Okay, that's cool. That's good information. Okay, that was the only one I had. Okay, anything on CLG or anything else in the preservation plan world you want to share with us?
Yes, if it's okay, Mr.
Please.
Chair. I had, I think this is more of HTC's purview, but I think this is something that's coming up a lot more, are about the historic determination. So I had come up with an application that I'd like to have bring before the board for you all to basically review and bless, if you will. As you remember, years ago, we did the same thing with the like-kind applications, where we condensed it from the big, large format to a more tangible application. And this will also kind of streamline those applications, why they're asking for the historic determination, because there's a whole plethora of different things that people can ask them for, from historic tax credits all the way through our resilient Nantucket design guidelines, as well as what we're seeing with the stretch energy code. So I've drafted it, and I'd like to bring it to the board for your blessing. So that will be coming up, coming soon.
Okay, great. And does that have, is that like an intra-departmental, that's purely preservation planner? Do you have any info you can share on that? Energy involved?
Trying to think, there's so many different things that come up, but the Historical Commission's meeting on Friday, and I think there's some things that overlap for the commissions for their discussion. One thing, just as of today, if anybody is familiar with the harbor plan that the town's been working on for quite a while. In the harbor plan, from the original plan, there was a recommendation to update our cultural resource surveys within the downtown flood area. And they're going to pull that recommendation over and align it with our historic property survey plan that you all are a part of when we created that with the CLG funding. So of course, as a planner, we want to be able to have those recommendations with one plan associated with another plan, and hopefully we can get those taken care of. That's pretty much it. I think there's a lot of similarities between this commission and the other commission about what's going on pending with town meeting. So I think, we want to make sure we're thinking about those things.
Okay,
That's
cool.
it.
Quick question on that. So I apologize, but I wasn't sure if I heard recommendations, meaning on initiatives or on articles. Did I hear article?
Basically, the historical commission will be reviewing some of the proposed warrant articles, just to review more on a preservation mindset. Does the commission want to take that into consideration, just like something I know that you all wanted to do as well for some and you've done in the past.
Any questions for Ali on this? Will you, at some point, let's see, along the lines of discussion between myself and the Historic Commission Chair, like to schedule something there for additional discussion on initiatives that the preservation plan would be undertaking under direction, obviously, of the Director of Planning. And dovetailing with the goals of planning.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool, thank you. Just to keep that on the burner. All right, all that said, we are on to 3 Miles Court.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
though,
sorry.
before I leave, I did want to bring up the application for your just thoughts on my comments for 32 Main Street.
Okay, yeah, please.
Just more or less really thinking about the color choices and the fact that it's not just the proposed window storefront that you see on the photographs, that it's actually a lot larger. This is an individually significant structure that was built after the Great Fire of 1846, so 1847. And while it's seen many different, I think, iterations and uses and whatnot over the years, I think color palette needs to be looked at holistically, because we also have a balustrade up top, and the color should match. Right now, it's I think a yellow. So just something to consider while you're looking at that application. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, let's see. That puts us, is Georgie here? The ever elusive Georgie?
I did remind him that he would be heard tonight. He was number 1 on the agenda, and he's not in the queue, and I don't think he's in the room.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna hold off. He's got another 43 days before we gotta act on that. 17 Ranger Road, roof walk. Hey, Rob. Okay, so your board is gonna be me, Abby, Angus, Vale, and Carrie. And please begin when you see your information on the screen. Or if you just want to start talking, that's fine.
I don't want to take the limelight away from you there, Steve.
Right?
Yeah, I am. Can we scroll to the elevations, I guess, please? Thank you. Yeah, this compares existing and proposed. This is rather rambling post and beam structure from the late 1970s. I think it's about 27 feet in height, and it sits almost 600 feet from Eel Point Road, and it's sort of nestled in the rolling hills of off to the south of Eel Point Road. And the owners have just asked if you would consider a roof walk on this structure. I know it doesn't exactly follow the normal dictation for a roof walk, but anyway, I'm just here to ask.
Okay. All right. Again, myself, Abby, Angus, Vale, Carrie, and that's it. Who wants to go?
I'll go. I didn't put it on consent for that reason, Rob, because it doesn't really follow our guidelines that way. And I had a thought. I don't know if I'm supposed to share it or not, but you could put a deck on top of the porch you're adding and make those dormers into at least one door and at least get a second floor deck. So that was my suggestion.
Thanks, Al. Abby?
So I was just trying to digest Val's comment, but when I looked at this, it's, I guess because it's a story and a half, you had questions? It's way up there on the hill, it's natural to weather, I really, there's a lot going on that hill now,
It's not really up on top of the hill. It's down at the base of, actually, I do work for the neighbor as well. So Laura Crocker is more on top of the hill, and this is down at the bottom of the slope. So it's kind of nestled into the topography a little bit.
It looks a little isolated. I didn't really have a problem with this, but I'd like to understand Val's comment more, but I'm okay with it.
Okay. Angus?
When I was looking at this as well, I was thinking about the guidelines of it being on a two-story, more typical Nantucket. My concern, and as much as we don't work off of precedent, my concern is that we might just open the net for another group of story and a half houses to want roof decks. And if we're saying yes here, I think that it would be arbitrary for us to say no or yes in the future. So I think we need to stick to the policy. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Carrie?
Yeah, I think this one is far setback off the road, but also I can't name them off the top of my head, but I know for a fact that we have allowed roof walks on buildings that are a story and a half in the past 2-3 years, a number of them, because I've sat on them and not sat on them and watched them pass and wondered where the sort of standard is, and I don't think we have held to a standard lately. So that's my take. I don't have a problem with this. This reads as a large house, and the roof walk is proportionate in my mind. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see, I think that leaves me. So Rob, the covered porch on the front is something you're adding? Or,
That's in the next application, I believe.
okay. So for me, this doesn't meet the qualifications. As is, it's a 1 3/4 story, which I would perhaps be more inclined to. First, let me say, I think it's, aesthetically, it's not, I don't have an issue with it, but with respect to the guidelines and the direction that we should be taking from that, it doesn't qualify with the covered porch on it. And if it were to be approved, I would be concerned about the covered porch being added at a later date. So it kind of, because it turns this into a 1.5 story presentationally.
Okay.
So that's where I am on it. we want to do.
Just want to take a peek at the next thing. and see if that's-
You guys are the regulatory authority.
Motion to hold for revisions or withdraw.
Yeah, let's just keep it alive for a little bit. Let me
Okay.
confer with the Estills and see.
So on Val's motion to hold for revisions or additional information, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus.
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we're gonna move on to that, the competing covered porch. Door and window revisions. When you're ready.
Okay, so this next application just deals with adding a front porch over the north facade, which is faces Eel Point Road, and changing the windows from, I think there are a bunch of 6/6s or 12/12s to, so 2/2, I can't quite see it.
2/2.
2/2, and changing some, adding a new door up on the second level deck on the left-hand side. It's replacing something that's there, I believe, and then adding 3 glass doors on the front porch.
Okay. Val. Same board.
What?
Same board, sorry.
Yeah. I didn't have as much problem with this, and especially changing what appears to be the front door facing Eel Point Road is really not the front door. The front door is around the back where you pull in. So to me, it's really the rear, and I didn't have that much of a concern with changing the window pattern either. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. Abby?
I think changing the muntins to just 2/2s actually helps this, this
Okay.
design. And I'm okay with the 2 little windows going to a balcony and French doors. I'm okay with this. Yeah, thank you.
Angus?
So right now, the north is presenting as the front with a front door and side lights and so forth. And it's kind of the most organized elevation. I can buy the entrance coming another way, and that, okay, that's not really the front, but the front is another elevation. But if we're saying that the north is not the front and the south is the front, then my concern is that there really isn't a real entry. It looks like a back door, the French doors, and that doesn't really meet any guidelines for an entry facade fenestration. So I think pick one, and one needs to be the entry with appropriate elevation. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with sort of abandoning a facade here. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Abby?
Well, I'm glad you came back to me because I changed my mind.
I knew
got-
it.
No, I mean, I think if we make that south elevation really the front door, I think I'm okay with the French doors. I think that the thing is the visibility, and I think it's sort of nestled down in the bushes there. So I think it's okay.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Carrie?
I think I remember seeing some photographs of this from can you scroll around, because that might help everybody. I'm okay with this because of those photographs that I saw earlier. Yeah, with the porch roof on it, you're not gonna see what's what.
Okay, thanks. So that leaves me, I agree with Angus, subject to visibility. I think if it's visible, then having a front door is an important aspect of our structures. If it's not visible, then I don't have a concern with it. I'm seeing images from Yale Point Road. When I say visible, I'm talking about from Ranger Road. I understand there's scrub there. I understand the driveway is to, I guess, the west and, or maybe to the south. So it's not a direct shot. So I'm uncertain without a view personally.
Why don't we take a
I'm
view?
not suggesting we hold it up, but I'm just want to share my position. I think they probably have, I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
Do you want to hold for a view?
No, we have three, I think, and you really can't see that back front door.
Should we look at the site plan?
It's tucked way around the side. There's a view that's even walking up the driveway from Ranger Road, so let's see where the vote might go.
We got one, two, I think you've got, you might have, I think you have three. But somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll try. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted due to the lack of visibility and the fact that the fake front door doesn't even have any access to it. And the existing real front door is already French doors. That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Okay, I'm on no. Okay, that moves us on to 35 Pleasant Street.
Great,
Thanks,
thank you.
Robbie.
Thank you.
Oops. Good evening, Ethan.
Good evening.
Why don't you go ahead and start when you seat up there.
Okay, so we previously got some dormers and a shed style extension approved for this structure. These revisions are related to removing the basement egress well and sunken patio that's on the east side. So there'll be essentially no basement walkout. And revising kind of the massing and the trim detail on that sort of rear extension. Additionally, we are asking the board to consider an adjustment of this structure on the site and shifting it 5 feet closer to Pleasant Street. The main sort of move, though, from a design standpoint is the rear elevation and massing. The owners really like the character of the front of the house. The rear of the house is going to be their primary kind of living area, sort of outside living, and they just want to sort of capture some of that aesthetic on the rear. What you've got in front of you on the screen are some historic photographs. I think these are part of the packet, the first packet, so you probably have seen some of these. I think it's just to refresh everyone's memory, it's a circa 1920s house, has this distinctive jerkin head style roof. So this is the site plan where we're showing the existing footprint in blue and the shift forward. I do also just want to remind the board that we did apply and were approved to put this on a new foundation. Floor elevation is not changing, sort of global elevation. But again, we are requesting that the board consider the shift on site. Let's see if you can scroll a little further. So on the top of the sheets, we have the existing conditions. The middle of the sheet, slightly sort of smaller scale, is the previous approval. And then the proposed revisions with the bubbled changes are the bottom layer. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see those on each sheet. So we've got the front elevation largely unchanged from the street. We just got rid of the basement sort of walkout that would have been visible. The changes on the east side, again, we got rid of the basement walkout. Fenestration revisions, largely keeping the window rhythms and everything the same. And then you've got the rear elevation where we're proposing to bring back the painted shingles that were there in the original structure and add some of that sort of interesting kind of quirky detailing from the front into the backyard. Additionally, we're adding some things like corner boards. There's some trim elements that we thought may have been sort of maybe part of the original structure, as it might have been originally constructed. and we thought just were kind of a nice feature. So we're sort of adding some pilasters and corner board details particularly on that driveway elevation. I think that's about it.
Sounds like that's about it. Everyone has received Holly's comments, and Mickey's here. Mickey, would you identify your group and then go ahead, please?
Sure. This is Mickey Rowland. I'm here representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. Our concern was, and if you could scroll down to, I think it's the south elevation facing the side. There. The addition to the rear is in the same sort of coplanar with the main roof plane. And that seemed like if it was stepped in a little bit or down or some way to put a break in that roof plane, it wouldn't kind of mess with the original roof configuration. And that was sort of our bigger concern. The picture window seemed a little incongruous with the rest of the fenestration, and perhaps that should be simplified also. So I think that was it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ethan? Board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Val.
I kind of like Mickey's suggestion of maybe just breaking that roof and stepping that piece back just slightly. And Ethan, what color? I'm just a little confused. The one picture says darker trim. That's what it was in 1992, but are you going back to that, or is it all going to be white?
No, we're not proposing to change the trim, although we would like to bring back some of that painted shingle that was on the side and rear. So we are proposing that rear elevation would be the painted shingles, which incidentally matches the front, but it used to wrap all the way around the house.
Okay, so what is the color of the sash? It doesn't
It's
say.
all, oh, I'm sorry, it's white trim, white sash.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
I was confused about that too, because in these photographs from 1992, it says darker trim color. So there's no dark trim.
Not anymore. Yeah,
Not
we just
anymore.
want to
Okay.
show kind of the progression.
You just aren't showing the history. I think this is very sensitively done and added to. I was kind of concerned about moving it 5 feet forward if it wasn't losing some of its, presence on the street. But it looks like you'll still have the sidewalk and some grass, and then you'll have that portico. Such a nice entrance. I didn't want to lose that, but I think you're going to be okay. So I'm okay with the proposed.
Thanks. Let's see. Angus?
Yeah, I would echo what's been said about the bay window. There is a certain amount, looking at Holly's comments, I'm thinking about the formality of the front and the facade and how that works. And I don't think that the back is going to be really visible. So I don't mind that sort of formality with the trim happening in the back, but the bay window being in plane with the rest of the south facade is a concern for me. I'd want that to break and be stepped back probably a couple of feet so that it doesn't conflict with the existing shed there.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, my concerns centered around the loss of that triple ganged bay on the southeast side. That's getting absorbed into this shed roof addition. And I think that there's an opportunity to have the new bay that's paneled somehow reflect the character of what's being removed. I'm not sure how that happens. And I agree with Mickey's comment about looking at breaking the roof planes between this rear addition and the main roof so that they're not coplanar. I have no concerns about the move forward on site, and I share Angus's feelings regarding the formality of the addition on the back. I think in this context, it works, and so and those are my concerns.
Thanks, Joe. So I track a lot of what's been said. Primarily for me, the southwest is, I don't think it's appropriate, but it's also not visible. The addition there, primarily due to the formality and the roof mass, and the columns and the fenestration, just as a package. But again, not visible. What is visible is the bay windows. Looking at the program with respect to setbacks, there's room still to do the bay windows, and they don't affect ground coverage. So I would be of a mind that the bay windows need to be replicated in the current proposal. And I agree with the break, coplanar break of the roof.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Ethan, the bay window that is there that was approved before does not exist presently, correct?
It does not exist presently.
Okay.
The bay window sort of arrangement is something we talked a lot about in the
Yeah.
office. We're more than happy to kind of bring that back. We thought it looked a little flat too, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
Thank you.
Okay, is there someone who's comfortable? It sounds like we have consensus around rearrangement of the addition for a break that's coplanar, the bay window, and I think that was it, right? With respect to changes that there was consensus on. And Val, would you be able to do a exhibit A on that? Unless
Can I-
Mickey wants to.
I have a question then.
Go ahead.
The bay isn't there presently, so I'm not as concerned about losing it. That was just something he proposed.
Right.
But how do you guys all feel?
I was appealing to you for the
Oh.
consensus view, because there's been 3 comments on the bay window as in support of it. And the
For what it's worth, yeah, we like the
agent
bay
has
too.
said they're good with it.
Okay.
Mostly I'm looking for somebody to do an exhibit A.
Come on, Val, do it.
Angus, do it.
What?
At Exhibit A.
I'm not gonna do.
You're a better drawer. Come on.
Commissioner Paul has
Who
great
like poured
exhibit
the
A's.
molasses out today?
Yeah.
Well, I
Joe,
would
would you be comfortable?
I would volunteer typically, but sorry to say, but I feel like I'd like to see the revisions. I know that sounds, I'm just not sure if how do I put this? Shifting the roof planes on that rear addition and the main one, I think is because of the shed roof that overlays onto it and how that ties into, I'm not as concerned about the bays anymore. Thanks for bringing that up, Val. I didn't realize that that was an addition. I don't know if I could illustrate it in an exhibit A. I was going to motion to hold for minor revisions, but I would support somebody else doing an exhibit A if they feel like they understand how this might be revised.
We don't seem to have any takers. I would like to see if, how does our old business look for 2 weeks out from now?
I could ask Sarah that.
Sarah?
Anybody signed up yet?
Okay. So Ethan, if you were to make revisions, I would suggest putting the bay window in. It seems like there's maybe still 2 or 3 of us. And the other items that were discussed, Mickey's comment on the roof coplanar, that would be beneficial. And if you were to have it in, when is the submission deadline? Thursday?
No, it's next month. It's next Thursday. Oh, yeah, sorry, next Thursday, not this
So we
Thursday.
would
not
hear
this
you
Thursday.
at the beginning of the old business meeting, since we've asked you to hold over.
Yeah, we can accommodate that. We appreciate
Okay.
that.
So that would be, sounds like we're.
I'll make
headed.
that motion.
Thank you, Abby. On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I am having technical difficulties over here, and NCTV has just arrived to save the day.
Okay, anything that prevents us from carrying
I do
on?
not know.
Is the YouTube folks still seeing us, or did they all break for popcorn?
Well, I can't let anybody in. I have
Oh.
a blank screen, although Chip is up there, but he might have to interrupt the meeting to do something, so.
I see a list
Right
right now.
If there's anyone who's out there next, like Chip, come on over.
Hi, I'm here.
Chip, Chip, are you seeing us on the YouTube?
I seen you on the Zoom, so I'm the panelist on Zoom. So
Okay.
as far
Just
as
curious.
everything looks business as usual to me.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like we're not broadcasting out, so we're gonna hold for a few moments.
Okay. And when we do get to me, I would love to share the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Can we play that Elvis or LA Vegas music while we're waiting? Got any text you need to send out?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I'm curious if they can see it on the YouTube. Oh, so they can see it on YouTube. Yeah, Chip, we can't see it.
Okay.
So, I would suggest we're gonna be here, Kev, for what, a few minutes, or? All right. All right, so why don't we plan on at minimum 5-minute break? Anybody needs to use the restroom, call a loved one, go home and put your windows down because it's still raining out.
Can I make a comment?
On
I
what?
think we can do these next two
They
without.
can't, no, we have a disconnect between, no, don't worry about it. We're not gonna, I appreciate the help, but no. We have a disconnect between what people see and can't see. Yeah, but Chip wants to present. So, and we have to fix it one way or the other, so we're just gonna hold off for 5 minutes instead of trying to scramble.
Mr. Chair, if it makes a difference, I could forego presenting just as a possibility. Thank you.
Well, we have what we need to see here,
Yep.
what,
I just can't bring anybody over there.
oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I don't wanna deal with that after the fact, we can't even identify if there's somebody who has a concern, so we'd be in a position, yeah, no. Chip, we're in a holding pattern.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. No duplicate joins allowed. Are we sure it wasn't someone from the multiverse? Okay, just checking with Kev. Oh, we got him. Okay, we're back up? Okay, good. Val? All right, Chip, we're back up and we can see people in the queue in case there's any abutters who have concerns, which was part of why we
Okay.
held off. Your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie. And it'll be that board for all 4 applications.
Wonderful, thank you. And if I may, can I share the screen, please?
Go ahead.
Looks like it's still on. There we go. All right. Did that come up okay?
Yes, you're fine,
Okay,
Chip.
weird. Okay, so it says I'm screen sharing, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, let me try something else.
Chip, if it's any
All right.
consolation, we can see it.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that I can navigate it okay. We'll give it a whirl. Okay, good evening. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for an application for a move demo at 4 Van Fleet Circle. Hopefully you can see right now the cover sheet, which has the site plan on the upper right and 4 photographs of the 4 sides of the house at the bottom of the photo. This is a non-contributing structure that was circa 1981. We're looking for a move demo. We believe we have a party to take it as a move, but we would request the move demo in case that as a full move demo approval in case that falls through. I did review the comments of the staff to include some additional information, specifically the land assessor's information and larger photographs, and we're happy to supplement that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chip. Who'd like to begin?
Well,
Val?
Chip, I've already put in an application to take that house. So, just so you know,
Yeah,
So you,
not for me, for somebody, a kid, Nantucket kid.
okay, no financial interest?
No,
Volunteer work? Okay.
yep.
Okay, let's see, we are gonna be on to Connie.
Do you want me to sit off it, Mr. Chair?
You may want to just
Okay,
to
all
not
right.
have a perception,
Okay.
but that's your call. So we would activate Carrie. Carrie and Connie are both on it. Carrie?
Okay. I'd like to see it move. That would be great. I do think it's of an era that we've let go before. So if it doesn't go through, unfortunately, I think we're sort of, yeah, I think it would be okay to demo it also.
Great, thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Abby?
I agree.
Angus?
I'm good with a move demo and the supplemental information that Holly had mentioned that Chip was willing to provide.
Yes, I agree with Angus on this one and the next one. Do we have a motion?
So
Motion to-
moved. Do you want to move demo, or do you want,
I think given that
See,
folks
what does
are
it
all
say?
over this, we could just do a move demo. I don't
Yeah.
think it's-
Okay.
Then it's not historic or contributing. Okay, so.
Move demo.
Thank you. On Abby's motion, Abby,
aye?
Angus.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, on to the next one, same board.
Okay, did the image change? Chip Webster again for this next application?
Chip, hold
Yes.
on a second. This is the guest house demo move.
Correct.
I wish we changed it to move demo. Can we start to do that?
Mr. Chair, that was just a typo on the.
No, I
yeah.
just bringing it
No,
up.
I'm just
because
letting you know,
it's,
they go off the sign-up sheet, and I should have checked.
Does anyone have concerns with this?
No.
Carrie,
No.
motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Abby on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Yep. Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, Chip, that was the easy part.
Okay. First question is, I just changed the image that changed on your side. You should be looking at the site plan for the next application.
I'm sorry, what?
I just want to make sure that image just changed on your side. We should be looking at a site plan for the application
Yeah.
for the new house. Okay.
Yeah, and I have a question for you, just I want to confirm what you're presenting is what we have, what you've previously submitted?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, please proceed.
Okay, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed new dwelling at 4 Van Fleet. I want to start by looking at the site plan and show that the location of the house is virtually at the very back of the lot. It's over 400 feet back on a property that is densely vegetated. Additionally, it is the property drops about 7 feet there. We're not requesting any change of grade other than minor to get steps in and so forth, but not raising the grade on the perimeter of the house. Let me get through. So the concept is that it's sort of three masses that are connected. There may be some visibility of the tops of these roofs, but I think that's going to be about it. So we are now, the proposed materials are natural to weather side, natural to weather cedar roof, black windows, and gray trim. That's the east elevation. Scrolling down to let me go back to the east elevation. I was saying the red dotted line is indicated existing grade. So you can see that along the sides of the house, there's no change in existing grade. There's a minor proposed change at the middle. It's really just to get into the entry. Scrolling to the rear elevation, same materials, same concept of the three connected masses. Again, I'm pointing out the red line of existing grade. You can see again at the two sides, it's at existing grade. There's a little bit of change of grade in the middle, just to accommodate the footprint of the house. And you can see on the left-hand side, a proposed walkout from the lower level. Moving right along, south elevation, pretty straightforward, same materials, same colors. And you can see here that the grade is virtually identical. Moving to the north elevation, again, pretty straightforward. And again, the red line showing the existing grade. And then, of course, at the end, we have the floor plans of the basement and upper levels of the house. So with that, I'll take it back to the front elevation, turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chip. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I could give it a stab.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
yeah,
Lizzie.
no.
Oh, no, that's an axe.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I can see that your massing is staggered, which is good. The rooftops do seem to be rather similar in height, making that sort of sawtooth thing that we don't usually do. But the C and D windows, I think they are, the big picture windows, I think those could be reduced. So, you're probably going to go with, you can't see it, but I can see it right now, and they look pretty big. So I think those have to be reduced, the C and D windows. Thanks.
Thanks, Abby. Angus?
There's a lot on here that that is not typical and doesn't follow the guidelines. I think it really comes down to visibility and maintaining the vegetation that's existing so that it remains not visible. The 8 foot for windows and the picture windows at 10 feet plus, I think that Abby's referring to, are particularly concerns. The overall proportions make those look like, somewhat regular size windows and doors. And I guess what I'm getting at is that the similar heights with the gables and that the formality of the symmetry, I don't think it goes with the rural setting. I'd rather see it broken up in a more irregular way, especially if the only part of this house you're going to see are the roofs. I appreciate them being broken up and set back from each other, but I think that it would be improved if one or the other gable ends dropped somewhat. The elevation height of 29.9, I'm not sure exactly where that is. It looks like it's a grade that is a couple of feet higher than the existing grade, so it really ends up being more like 31 feet 9. So anyway, I think because of the visibility, there isn't, a lot that has to happen, but I do think the overall height should come down to a maximum 30 feet from existing grade and more gradation in the ridge heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Connie.
So I have similar concerns, especially with west elevation center gable. And I'm guessing that because of visibility, this will read okay, but yeah, I like symmetry, but this just seems a little out of place to me, those three gables. And I think, we might be able to do some minor revisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
I agree with everybody. I'm having an issue with the weird proportion on the second floor decks and the doors. You see so much of the doors. I can't figure out, like, how high are those railings on those second floor decks? And how tall are those doors? I don't know. It just, the proportion seems funky to me somehow. And I think the spaces between the masses should be quiet instead of accentuating them with big, huge windows. I feel like this would be much more successful if those spaces between were quiet instead of like glaringly lit up. And I agree with the three gables. It's a little bit much. Maybe one of them can go eave forward, and then maybe just a eave forward on the front and then gable it on the back like you have. The west elevation, you might be able to keep one of them as a gable, but then if you go on the front, if you scroll up to the east, maybe one of those can be, because you've got on the right-hand middle piece is coming forward, and then the gable is back. So if you sort of bring that eave all the way across and just do an eave forward and a dormer in there, that would take care of the three gables on the front, and on the rear, it might not matter so much. Sorry, that was long and winded. But again, do you see the proportion of this porch above? The porch and the deck and the railing and the doors, that railing normally is higher up. Does anybody see what I'm talking about?
Through the chair, I see what
Chip,
you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, anything else, Carrie?
no, that's it. Just a few
Okay,
tweaks.
thanks. Does that leave anyone but me? I don't think so. Okay, so Chip, a couple things. One, Angus's "there's a lot" was a very loaded statement. I'm kind of with him, but I see a path. The other thing is your pre-press production protocol is way off. This thing keeps crashing. You got to figure out a way to please decrease the file size. Mark Catone is really good at that. Please give him a call. You characterize the grade change as minor. There's at least one area where the grade change is 4 feet, which I would suggest is a little bit more than minor. What was the height of the existing main house?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
The existing main house, let me just check my notes here. Well, the existing main house, which is towards the front of the lot, is about 26 feet, but it also sits about 5 feet higher in elevation, in sea level elevation than the proposed new main house.
Okay. So overall, I mean, I guess what it is you're going to be, versus the existing grade, you're going to be just shy of 32 feet above grade. For me, I think that's too much. I think I agree with pretty much every comment that was made about the balancing and the symmetry and simplicity. But for me, given you've got 10-foot rough height for your doors and 8'4" for your windows, which also goes to the point Carrie made about the disproportionality versus typical with the rail on the second floor deck and the doors, bringing these doors down to instead of 10-foot doors, I would say, 8-foot doors, and the windows down to 7'6". So I think you need to take a foot off the first floor, a foot off the second floor, and for me, with respect to visibility, a lot of any other issues that exist kind of go away because of its location on the site and lack of visibility. So that's where I am on that one.
Mr. Chair, may I add a?
Quickly, and then we're going to give the floor to Angus, and then we're going to go to a motion.
Yeah, I was just going to say perhaps some ridge poles might help. Would be happy to do that if that were the pleasure of the board, to help get an idea.
Okay, so I think we'll hear from Angus first.
Oh, I was going to make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. And are we on consensus about height? I want to hope that we can get to the point where we're working affirmatively to not have to repeat ourselves by saying in a motion, for instance, there's consensus that the height needs to come down approximately 2 feet, and we anticipate that'll be in the next revision. Not to pick on Chip, but I just giving clear direction, I think, is important.
Oh, I thought you were saying that to us, that if we had a problem with the height, say what
Oh, I
height you
am,
want.
but I don't know if you have a problem with the height like I do, so I'm just saying.
I do. I was suggesting 2 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to hold, Angus, your motion
Aye.
is to,
Oh,
sorry,
to hold for revisions.
including a couple of feet off the overall height, and if he does that, do we need poles?
It might still be helpful. of the ridges to see, how visible they are in that regularity. I don't know if that was an issue for other people, but it was for me.
So Chip, maybe your post would just be at the forward-facing front side of the house gable, tip of the gables.
Yep, got it. 3 posts at the top bridge on each of the masses. Check.
Okay, on Angus' motion, Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
Hi.
Carrie.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're gonna move on to the guest house.
Okay. Again, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposed guest house at 4 Van Fleet Circle. You can see on this first page on the site plan, again, it's even a little further from the road than the proposed main house. And getting right into the elevations, it's pretty small. Small, simple structure, 1.5 stories, same color, proposed colors and materials as the main house. Here's the north elevation, south elevation. You can see that the grade is substantially the same. We have to, just because of the slope in this area where it's going, it's coming up a little bit on one side and down a little bit on one side. But really just, you can see in this, the midpoint is at existing grade. It's just smoothing it out a little bit to set the house on it. These are the side elevations, east and west. Pretty straightforward, so I turn over the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chip. Let's see, Angus.
So height for me is still an issue with this one. There seems to be a disproportionate amount of height above the first floor windows up to the second floor sills and ridge. And I'm not quite sure if that's just, I'm not sure what that is, but it feels looks too vertical for its width. Too much like a tower. So I would probably want to see that come down, and I think if you're out there putting poles up, this would be a good place to show as well how that's going to relate to the house. It's a higher elevation than the house, I think. And so it is lower, 2510, so 26 feet. It seems high, especially with the higher elevation. But I think the main thing is just that that height of the second floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, I guess this isn't as exaggerated as the main house, but, and I'm not sure how we're going to see this, but I think it's a very modern approach with those flush dormers. And again, there's what Carrie pointed out on the front of the main house is that the balcony and the French doors and the windows. I mean, we see this type of architecture a lot for the second dwelling, for the guest cottage. So I'm not as concerned about this, but it does have a very modern feel and it seems very, very tall. That could come down a couple of feet, I believe. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Carrie?
Yeah, I agree. I think the culprit is in the first floor height because the porch roof, well, also the porch roof has like a really low slope. So I think if the slope came up, you'd get more onto the wall. But the height of it, it's funky. What is it, a 3? I don't know.
26.
Yeah, it just makes it seem very tall. Like these end elevations somehow seem, I don't know. I think maybe just shorten it a tiny bit and try to figure out that porch issue.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah.
Connie?
Thank
Yes, I agree. I think it's too vertical. There's too much wall space between the first and the second floor windows. Maybe, again, bringing it down will kind of help that. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. That leaves me. Chip, there you have it. The two talls have it. For me, it's, it's revolving around these same elements. The door heights, they're 8'6". They're masking tools for the overall height of the structure, and as is the 812 pitch. And I think this could come down a couple of feet, and door and window heights proportionately, and the roof pitch could be modified, the primary roof pitch. Do we have a motion for change in height and modification of roof pitch and door heights and so on and so forth?
So moved.
Okay. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
I,
Carrie?
I,
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at let's just say 5:20.
okay.
5:20.
Thank you, everyone.
5:20.
Thanks.
Oh, you got one
Thanks,
more,
Chip.
Chip?
No, I think that was it for me. That's what I was saying. Thank you,
Oh,
everyone.
okay.
And enjoy your break. Thanks.
Thanks. We'll come back at 5. I'm looking at my phone, it's 5:14, so 5:25. We want to get an idea of we're back.
I always thought Liberty Street, that it's going from Gardner, was Gardner. I didn't
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know that from Liberty Street where it comes out at the top, from Liberty down to India?
To Lily.
Is Liberty.
Liberty.
I always thought it was Gardner.
Huh. 34 Liberty. Are we back? Oh. Hi, Fiona. Thirty-four Liberty. Under 318. Oh, okay. So we've got, okay, the board, Sean, is going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie. Oh, I'm sorry, Val. Val's back on it. So it'd be Joe and Connie. Me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. Okay, when you're ready, Sean.
Yep. Hi guys, how are you?
Good evening.
Just good evening. I just submitted this application on behalf of my client, Jeffrey Belazikian. He recently bought the house, and unfortunately, the front of the house, uh, pretty much the whole house needs to be replaced, all the windows, but he doesn't want to spend the money, so he would love to, start with the front of the house, at least for now, to replace the windows because every time the wind blows and everything is like feel all the drift. And the same time in the front door is kind of falling apart because I was thinking to kind of reinforce it and make it work so you can use it, but you can't even drill a hole to put a regular door handle. So he's kind of using that wooden latch, and you only have to lock it with the he has a metal bar on the inside of the house, so just to keep it closed. So, and I submitted, in this proposal, you can see that all the windows will be like kind, and they're from Boston Sash, and they all gonna be painted after. Hopefully, we're gonna replace them. We're gonna, paint them the same uh, paint, so matching the existing color. And also for the front door, it's going to be a light kind. It's going to be from Upstate Door Company. And I submitted all the drawings for the new windows and the door as well.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you all have received Holly's comments and the historic forms. And Mickey, your group have anything?
Basically just agreeing with what Holly had said, that we need a window survey. Not clear on the age of the house. It does say 39.
Yes, actually, if when I was
Sean,
actually filling up the paper. Yep,
Sean, hold
yep,
on,
got it.
hold on. Thank you.
Yep,
Mickey, anything
thank you.
else?
That's basically it. I mean, we need more information.
Okay. Yeah, so Holly identifies circa 1939. The surveys identify circa 1939. There is not a window survey. Okay, who would like to begin? Val?
I think it's appropriate, and I have happened to have worked on this house when Vladimir Kagan owned it, and I think at one point they had put on a big addition in the back and replaced a lot of windows, so maybe not these front ones, but there's got to be stuff at the building department on it.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Joe.
I agree with Holly's comments regarding a window survey. I guess to make an appropriate determination if all of the windows need to be replaced or if some of them are actually repairable. Those are my comments.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I'm in favor of restoring whatever is restorable. I'm so confused. It's 1939?
Circa 1939.
Okay, I always thought it was older than that.
Me
So-
too.
So I'm confused. I'd like to get that date confirmed. Because if it's older, I think even more the restoration of these windows would be the way to go.
Okay, just to clarify, on both records include 1939 as the date. So I don't know if we're going to get much more clarity on that date. And as Holly provided it, so.
Yeah, no, I
Okay. I mean,
believe
just so
in-
you're aware.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just,
Angus?
So this is an application for replacing the windows, and in order to really evaluate that application, we need a full window survey, each window photographed and documented on its condition and age and so forth. So I'd have to wait for a determination till I see that.
Okay, thank you. So Sean, what you got going on here is
Yep.
you're probably aware there's a window survey form on the website through the HCC page. If you can't find it, shoot Holly or Kathy an email. Where consensus of the board is to have a window survey completed. My position on this is that the window replacements are appropriate, and although I would prefer that there be restoration, I don't believe it's appropriate to compel restoration. But that may change based on the survey. So please take a look at the survey form and have that filled out as an honest broker, okay?
Okay, that sounds great.
And then what you'll do is, as soon as that's submitted, resubmit for the old business deadline that's next, and we'll have you back on the agenda.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, yep. Have a good day.
I'll make a motion to hold for more information,
Window schedule?
including a full window schedule of the windows proposed for replacement.
Thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Joe?
Hi.
Al?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that brings us merrily along to 32 Main Street, trim color change as described on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, that's Adrian Rodriguez.
Okay, so Adrian, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members, and staff. Nice to see you all on TV.
We can't see you.
I'm in the dark.
That's all right. Why don't you go ahead when you see information up there?
Okay, am I able to share my screen?
You are.
All right, perfect. All right, great. So Adrian Rodriguez, for the record, I'm here representing our client at 32 Main Street, and they are proposing a trim color change to a new storefront where the black dog used to be. They're looking to change the first image is of the existing color palette, and currently it seems to be a Newport blue, and they're looking to change to an Essex green. If you can actually look at the monitor, the next image is of a sign that was recently approved by you all about 2 months ago with the same Essex green color scheme. And it's more representative, or that color palette is actually more accurate than the images that you're probably seeing on your packet. it's a little lighter. The images that you have are probably a little darker just because of the print quality.
Okay.
And I included images of other storefronts on the same side of Main Street that seem to have the same trim color, that Essex green trim color scheme as well.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I would like to hear all your thoughts.
Okay, great, thanks. So, Mickey, you guys got anything?
Stephen, may I ask the applicant a question regarding the application, the color? Can I ask the applicant?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's two storefronts in this building, and not to mention the story above. The old street view picture shows what's Quigley and Company. I don't know how old this picture is. Has that changed color, or is that still
Can
yellow?
I interrupt once again, Mickey?
Sorry?
Adrian, can you hear the question from Mickey Rowland?
I was not able to, nope.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Somehow I had a feeling.
Okay, so the storefront to the left, which is part of the same building,
Yes.
can you tell me what color that is?
That is the Nantucket yellow, I believe. So it's a yellow color, same as you can see up there on the balusters.
Yes.
That's the color to the store on the left.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, so regarding the changing to Essex green, not a big, we weren't terribly concerned with the color change. Holly brought up the notion that the building maybe wants to be looked at as a whole and maybe consistent. But as it is already, the current storefront is grayish and green. So there's already distinct, two different color schemes going on here already. It didn't seem to be considerably worse than what's going on now, so we didn't really have concerns with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Vale, and Connie.
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please.
So Essex green is fairly common on Main Street. And so in that respect, I don't have an issue with the Essex green for window sash or some trim. But I'm understanding the application to be all trim, including the balustrade at the roof. Is that correct through the chair?
I don't know, I'm actually going to seek clarification on that myself. Adrian, can you address the color scape is going to be from grade to the top of the balustrade? Or is it going to be 1 story, 2 stories, or what?
Yeah, so just one story, just where the gray exists now will turn to Essex green. The balustrade will remain its yellow color.
Okay, as proposed.
As proposed, yes.
So just to clarify, what we're really looking for is or looking at for an application is just the first floor trimmed to go from the two-tone of gray and or yellow to green, to the Essex green. Is that correct?
For you, Mr. Chair?
Great.
Go ahead, Adrian.
That is correct, yep.
Okay, I don't have any concerns with that. My concern was with like the whole thing being green, which is unusual.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
No concerns.
Val?
Ditto.
Connie?
No concerns.
Adrian, well, I guess just curious, what's driving not having that half of the building as viewed vertically from the front, all one color scheme?
I believe the store is only that first floor. So the new clients there are only responsible for that first floor. I'm not sure what's going to be upstairs on that second floor.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's prior existing difference already. I don't have a concern with it continuing that way, nor with proposed colors. Mickey?
Can I just ask one more question?
Yeah.
There's a door to the right of this picture. Is that door being included, the far right door? Is that all that trim included in this change?
Adrian, did you catch that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, yes, that door is included.
Okay. Okay. Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Oh, actually, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
But doesn't that door go up?
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Adrian.
Adrian.
Okay, we are now on to Nine Hawk Circle. And we are gonna be, it'll be Carrie. Myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie. Wait. Yeah, sorry. Good evening, Ethan.
Hey, hi.
You know the drill.
Yes. It's a garage.
Yes.
And I read the comments. Holly says it's atypical. I don't know what that means. And also, there's a carport on the side that due to the property is maxed out on ground cover. And he wanted a two-car garage, so we came up with a garage and a half. And plus, if we remove the carport, then it looks like a tall vertical box, and I didn't like that. So it's similar to the garage that's I did in Wisconsin on King Street that you put on consent.
Okay.
If you see, we don't have the drawings yet.
Okay, thank you. You guys noted Holly's comments. Again, the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie. Who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
I think what Holly was referring to was the negative massing, which is just that void where the carport is. So I think everything else with this is appropriate and approvable if that void turned into the same kind of paneled doors and wall that is adjacent to it underneath the gable on the west elevation.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I agree with what's been said. Thanks.
Okay, Val?
I think it's fine the way it is, and they can't close it in because then it counts as ground cover.
Yeah, if it's enclosed on three sides. Let's see, Carrie?
I looked at this earlier, but I'm not seeing it on the screen. Just so you know, I don't know who else can't see it, but
I can't see it.
yeah, it's not up on the screen. So, but I have nothing to add.
Okay, can you clarify which side you have nothing to add to?
Well, here we go. Yeah, no, I was actually okay with it. I mean, some of
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure because we had,
but
okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, given its location, first of all, I understand the use of the space. Atypical would be, I think, potentially inappropriate, closer to the street and a more prominent location. Given its location on this lot, at the distance it is, familiar with the lot, I don't have a concern with it. What do we want to do as a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Carrie,
Hi.
Angus,
Nay.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
I'm an aye. So that'll be, so 4 in favor, for the record, 1 opposed, Angus.
Thank you.
16 Codfish Park.
That's Luke's project, and he's just coming from coaching. He said he was on his way.
He's really quick because he's here.
Oh, goody. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Luke, good evening. All right, you know the drill also. So when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, this is an addition to the rear, a one-story addition to the rear on Codfish Park. It's very limited in terms of its proximity to the sidelines, and its restriction in terms of separation from the main house and septic system. So we have very little area in which to expand. So a simple one-story addition to the rear that I sort of punctuated with a small gable to imitate the main mass, I thought was appropriate. I've kept it, I thought, absolutely as small as possible. I know Holly had some comments about the windows. The only original windows on the house are on the east elevation. They are the 12 lights on the first floor and then the upper diamond window. The remaining windows in the little cottage, all of the C windows are thermal pane, Pella, or something equal, and they're not even simulated divided lights. They're the monthings are face, they're sort of applied to the outer and inner sides of the window. And that's why I ended up choosing Anderson for the addition, because there was already this precedent of primarily thermal pane windows there. And but if you'd like to suggest another type of window for the rear, that's okay. But I think the owner does not want to depart from what's currently in place as a C window.
As a what, I'm sorry, Luke?
The C windows.
This in terms of the shape or the manufacturer?
Well, we're not suggesting changing any of the existing windows. The C windows is I think they may be Pella, but they're some thermal pane, fiberglass looking on the inside and outside.
So the C is the existing and that's the manufacturer and look?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did we have anything from Bob on that? Bob? Holly, yeah, but I didn't know. Yeah, we do, we have Holly. I'm wondering, do we have anything from Bob since it's in Wisconsin?
Oh, no.
Okay, okay. All right, so you guys have Holly's comments. The board is myself, Angus, Abby, Val, and Joe. Who would like to begin?
I can go if you want.
Abby.
This has come before us before with major changes, so I really appreciate this sort of downscaled approach. My only thought was on that south elevation, which is your sunshine, if you can get sunshine around here, would be to have 2 more windows on that back elevation. Anyway, I'd like to thank you for keeping the old massing and adding to it in a very sensitive, sort of very gentle way. It's just fits right into Codfish Park. Thank you.
Val?
Yeah, I didn't really have any concerns with it. It's just the age of the building. I thought everybody should weigh in.
Okay. Angus?
I appreciate the addition being below the existing ridge line and the breaking up the addition ridge with that gable. It feels a bit long, and I do agree with Abby about adding some sort of fenestration on the south elevation towards the back. This is really the first structure that you see as you come along Codfish Park. And the front of it is relatively so fenestrated. I think it would benefit from a couple of small lights on that back end towards the west on the south elevation. Thank you.
Thanks. Joe?
I agree with all the comments, and I too echo the supporting some additional windows on the south. There could be 8 light transom windows even up behind the bed. Just that does feel like a long addition, and I think some small scale fenestration would help to soften it. It's not that visible, so it might be approvable as is, but I do think it could use some windows on that elevation. Otherwise, I have no concerns.
Thanks, Joe. I think that leaves me. And first of all, I appreciate the self-editorialization to keep this and the character of the structure intact. The south elevation, which seems to be a focus of our attention, is to me appropriate and approvable. However, I would not be too concerned about. If there were like 8-light transom, as Joe had suggested, I think that would also be appropriate. The concern I have is the window sash, and I think an energy panel Boston sash, for instance, not to name a manufacturer that you have to use, but that TDL would be appropriate. And what that will do is that it establishes the change, as opposed to having brand new windows that are Anderson and never changing the window styles as the house is renovated over the years. Being in Codfish Park, I think that TDL would be beneficial and appropriate. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chair,
Yep,
you have a hand raised.
okay. Can we identify who it is?
Drew Severs.
True. And is he in as a panelist?
No, he's an attendee.
Okay.
Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, cool. So I live next door, and I guess the question I have is, the existing structure is already in a 5-foot setback and overlapping with that. I know that this may not be your purview, but I just wanted to ask the question, which is, as they're adding on backward, it's going deeper and deeper into the 5-foot setback, which means it's getting closer and closer to our property. We haven't been approached by the Wilners, which is A, surprising, and then B, a little concerning. So I'll reach out to Robert and Sheila, but I guess the question I have for you guys is anybody talking about it here, that issue, or is that something I have to go to the ZBA and discuss?
The latter.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. I appreciate you guys taking the question.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, no reason to carry on. You've got it. Yeah, ZBA is where you can try and address your concerns, okay?
Mr. Chair, can I,
Joe?
I have something that's related to the abutters comment. It related to our windows, because I think maybe the absence of windows on that elevation have to do with its proximity to the property line and the fire code that prohibits them. So it looks to me like that might be the reason why there's no fenestration there.
The 3 foot from the property.
Okay. Luke, is there, I'm not looking at your,
Well, I'd actually not put fenestration there because it's of extreme low visibility. There's a privet hedge there already. And but I think Joe's point is correct, actually. I'm not sure.
it'll be up 5 feet is when you start to get into issues, but part of the elevation is within that boundary.
I would also just say, just for the abutter, we have applied to the, for a special permit, and I believe that's underway.
Okay, so that would be through the planning board, the ZBA?
CBA.
Okay, so just so he's aware. Okay, folks, what do we want to do here?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted, except to go with true divided light for the addition.
Okay, and those can be energy panel TDLs?
Yes.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay, Luke?
Is that Boston Sash or something? So-
Yeah, or Northwood, or whatever
All right, thank
flavor
you.
suits your fancy. Okay, 74A Hooper Farm Road, Miss Val Alver, please step up to the plate. And your board will be Connie, Carey, and the remainder of the regular board. Guys, when we finish, we can go home.
That is so true.
You want me to start?
Oh, please.
Okay. This is a proposed new dwelling for the rear of the lot. This is for Bo Wilson. And he has a client that has a house approved to move off somewhere out in Eel Point that he'd like to put on the front of the lot, but we haven't gotten to that yet. So in the meantime, this is a 2-story house, 27'8" in height. Very plain on the front facade, just to be plain, like a lot of things around there, and a full dormer on the back.
All right,
natural to weather, everything, black roof, and gray sash.
nice. I love when the applicant's agents start throwing the colors in there. Good job, Val. Okay, who'd like to be, Angus, you actually had this for consentable comment?
I did. I was concerned about the back elevation with the French doors as you're coming down Hooper Farm Road from the west, seeing that back elevation.
Okay. And are you still concerned?
Yes.
Okay, I just wasn't sure.
And that's really my only concern.
Monday was a long time ago, depending on when you turned in your consentables. Okay, let's see. Carrie,
I agree with Angus. I mean, they can be French doors, but that light pattern is funky. And then the roof height, I just wonder what's coming next, like what the move on height would be, just so they're not the same. And I feel like this is very roofy, and you could go to a 9 and not have it affect anything except a little bit shorter. Because it does seem a little roofy on that front elevation.
okay, thanks. Connie?
Yep, I have nothing to add. I agree with the 2 points about the doors and the roof. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby, did I get you?
No, my concern was about the front elevation. Somebody said roofy, it's very roofy, but maybe we should drop that. But at almost 28 feet, with nothing up there on the roof, it's kind of an odd
It is.
front of the house. And I was just wondering if somebody also said, what's happening next? And I thought they meant, are you going to add later on to that? Because that's a lot of roof. And I was just wondering if it couldn't come down a bit.
May I ask a question, Abby?
Yes.
Are you wondering if it could come down again a little bit, or are you saying that?
Sorry. I would like it to come down by at least 2 feet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So where I am on this is, first of all, rumors that the HDC, you said roofie and then dropping roofie, so we're going to be at the HDC dropping roofies.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if this went to a 9-12 pitch, it would go a long way in addressing the roofiness on the primary and the secondary roof. I agree with concerns about the rear elevation doors. However, I think that can be addressed, and if anyone has any concerns about visibility, they'll never be visible with a not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, because they're buried in the yard with another yard or two in the line of sight of the roadway.
Yeah, there's 2 houses next door.
Yeah.
Why
So,
not just make them 15 light so they're normal?
well, Carrie, you had your chance, and I think that if you can't see them, you can't see them. So that's all I'm saying.
I would be happy to change the grill pattern if it's giving everybody agita.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm getting high.
Okay. Is there consensus on just addressing this with a change in roof pitch, or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'd be a 9-12 versus a 10-12 on the 2 roof pitches
And the lack of visibility.
due to limited, well, and the 15 light. Well, you guys, 15 light is going to look like little chiclets, but you know what? You're not going to see it anyways. So, so it would be in an Exhibit A to indicate change in the roof pitch to 9-12 on the 2 main roof planes, and the rear west elevation French doors as 15 light.
Can I ask you a question about that? When you change the roof pitch, does that mean the height comes down?
Yes, it's
By-
going to lower, it'll be an inch per foot of run. Val, what's half the width of the structure?
It'll come like a foot.
The gables run, it'll be
20,
12 and a half
5.
inches, so it'll come down
About a foot.
12, it'll come down 12 and a half inches.
And then would the would the additive mask also come down too?
Yes, both of
Okay,
those.
all right, thank you.
Okay. Is that your Exhibit A?
It is.
Awesome, cool. On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Can I second that? Just
Discussion? Yeah.
so there was a mention of it not being visible, so we can like not worry about the muttons because
that-
15 light will be weird if we can say not visible and inspection thereafter. Or the 6 light, I think, works better with this rectangle that's there, so either one of those.
Oh, 6
Oh, that's
light,
fine.
15
Vertical pane,
French
that's
doors.
all.
Yeah, I don't have a concern with that. Abby, it sounds like Carrie doesn't have a concern with that. Abby, are you cool with those going to 6 light French doors versus 15?
No, I have no concerns.
Okay, so is that part of your Exhibit A?
It is.
Excellent. So we had a second, and Angus on the motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Okay,
there you go. Exhibit A, all day long. 4 Spruce Street.
Now, I realized I
6 light.
didn't give a lot of pictures maybe of the neighbors. I did bring some. I know we're not supposed to give anything at the table, but if you wanted to have some context for this next application.
Why don't we wait and see what the commissioners think?
Okay.
Okay? And some porch. And when you're ready.
Well, we're still on, okay,
No, well,
almost.
when you're ready collectively.
This is a circa 1965 house. I don't know if Shane's family built it or not. Yes, they did. Shane Valero is here in the audience. This is his house. He's had a little surgery, so he's laying back there. Anyway, as you can see, if you scroll up a little, Fiona, sorry, just to see the site plan, first for, right there, up a little so you can see the plan. Shane has 4 kids, and this house is very small, and he can't go out, as you can see. He can only go up. And the surrounding properties are all in his family, with the exception of one, which was Brent Young's, on the corner of Goose Pond. And, we're suggesting going, it's also a split level. You come in and you go a few stairs up and a few stairs down, kind of like the Brady Bunch house. And we'd like to add a second floor that's larger, so we can accommodate his family, which are now teenagers and need more space. So, I kept the roof pitch. Can you go to the next page, Fiona? This is what we would call the front, which faces to the interior of the lot west. Down below it is a picture of what's existing. We're just asking to go up another floor, keep the roof pitch primarily the same, and extend the chimney, because there is a fireplace there. I have added a porch on that facade, but I've been told today by the people applying to ZBA that I can't have the porch, so it's just gonna stay a brick patio, which it is now, and I won't have the porch,
Okay,
fortunately. Windows will be the same as what's there now. Same color palette, everything's basically the same, it's just moving up.
okay, thanks, Phil.
And I
my
would
s-
say due to visibility, that's why I wanted to give you the pictures or have you guys view it.
Okay, well, maybe we'll view, let's
Okay.
see what happens. Myself, Abby, Angus, and Connie and Joe. Let's see, Joe.
Thanks. Well, it's an eclectic house for sure. And I think generally the approach you've taken seems appropriate and in keeping with the house. The only, just so I want to understand this correctly, the south elevation is the one that is on the street, right? And currently there's that gable end and then the areaway there. I guess it's a minor concern, but that's going to be a tall, under-fenestrated elevation, and you can't really put any trellis on it because you got the areaway there. So I wasn't sure if anybody else had the concern, but that's a minor concern of mine. One thought was whether or not that gable end on the second floor, does that get pushed in 18 or 24 inches? So you do have a break there, or would adding even a single window to that lower elevation just help give it some presence on the street? Because I think it's going to feel like it's looming over that street there. That's my only concern, is that one elevation.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's see. Angus?
So this was on my consent list, and the concern was the overall height. I went and viewed it from both, this lane and then the Goose Pond lane. And it really is, the views of this are very obstructive between the vegetation and the existing dwellings or structures. But I think what really was the most concern is, since it's split level, the part that goes from 1 story to 2 story seems perfectly workable, but the part that goes from 1.5 story to 2.5 story was really the concern. And that is also the wall that Joe was just mentioning, and the lack of fenestration was also an issue for me. So I thought either the eave needed to be forward or some other kind of configuration on that street side, on the south side, to mitigate the extreme rise in overall elevation. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, almost 30 feet high, and that was my main concern. And then on the back of the house, the negative mass, it's an opportunity to do something more appropriate. I'm not sure why you would do a negative mass there.
Because you can't go out on account of, if you look at how it's shoehorned on the site, we cannot expand the footprint.
Right, but I'm not sure that makes it sort of right to do a negative mass. So I think those are my concerns, the height and that negative mass on the second floor.
Thanks, Abby. So I'm going to come at this from a little different perspective. My thoughts are that it's too bad the front porch can't be there. Val, what zone is this? Are you at your setback, or you can come forward a little bit more because is this RC?
Shane?
Okay, so I'm looking at the front west elevation. First of all, I think without the porch, I think a modification. First of all, I want to address the fascia detail. I realize it's drafting. I think that the gable fascia and the eave fascias all need to match. They will be a little bit, tiny bit, maybe larger than standard typical, but I think that it goes with the design of the structure. I think they're not quite drawn that way, and as a result, it creates a kind of discontinuity that is troubling to the eye that I don't think you're going to see in the field. So for instance, on the front west elevation, the fascia over the second floor, newly proposed second floor windows would actually be a little bit taller, and the gable forward fascia would be a little bit smaller, and this would change the presentation of this completely. The other thing I think that would be beneficial, that would change the presentation of this and help to tie the new second floor addition that is parallel to Orange Street to the gable forward, is if this had a garrison-like overhang, even of 6 inches with a fascia piece on it, that would be a historically appropriate structure. The garrison is just, the second floor sticks out a little bit more. You'd get a banding effect, which it could be either shingle at the bottom of the second floor jutting out a little bit, or it could be a banding fascia, and that would tie the structure together. In my opinion, it'd be appropriate. The other thing I'd just say is that both with respect to visibility from the front and the rear, I spent a lot of time on the creeks, and I know we all go up and down Orange Street quite a bit, but I actually walk up and down Orange Street, not a couple times a day, but at least once a day. Shane, I didn't even know this house was back there.
Right.
And given its location, and the fact that it is eclectic, I think that on the whole, where it is and how it is currently and the modifications would be appropriate. I'm not saying they'd be typical, but this isn't a typical structure to begin with. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
did you want to look at?
Yeah, why don't you pass those out for people to take a look at?
Could I,
Somebody hasn't been over there.
And Val, have you created a digital version of those?
Oh, those?
Yeah.
I have it on a slip disk.
Okay, so just make sure you submit them to staff for the file.
Stephen,
I've seen it. You got it.
could I ask you a
Yeah.
question about your comment? Are you referring to what I thought it was a negative mass? Would that be the garrison part?
No,
Where-
the garrison,
Where is that garrison
what is,
part?
I'm trying to think. Garrison would be when the second floor overhangs the first floor.
No, I know what one is, I just don't know where
No,
you're
I
putting
didn't
it.
address the negative mass in the rear because I don't think there'll be visibility from anywhere but
Oh, so that.
his parents' house.
I just had one more comment I wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Val, if maybe on that front door, well, the front door for starters, but is that front door the west?
Yeah,
That's the
that's
front-
existing.
Oh, that's existing,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. I just thought that, is the shed roof over that also existing?
No,
Could that just die right into that mass instead of leaving that strange gap?
The shed roof is what you're taking off though, right, Val?
I
Oh.
have to until we go through ZBA, I don't know.
Okay, that's why I suggested the
Right.
Garrison approach. Under ZBA, they may not be able to add that. porch.
Okay, gotcha.
What do we want to do? Val, it doesn't sound like it's ready to go yet, but I think it would be beneficial to modify the fascias to reflect what's currently on the gable and the new counterparts matching. So on the whole second story roof line. And is anyone, I go last, so it's hard for me to understand if there's consensus if I make a comment. Is there anyone interested in seeing that shifted as a garrison?
I just want to clarify, so that would be on the west elevation in lieu of the shed, or are you talking about the south elevation where we were talking about the lack of fenestration?
On the west elevation, that is the front in lieu of the shed. And it would be on the rightmost structure.
So is that like a little overhang, like the second?
Yeah, the second floor just kind of pops out a little bit. There's one on, I can't believe I can't think of the name of the street. You go 5 corners and you go through 5 corners, you hook a right, and you drive down past the house you did for the family.
Back Street, Jim Salzer's house.
Oh,
No,
Back Street.
Back Street,
We
Jim
talked about
Salzer's
it.
house.
no, not Jim, it's somebody else.
I worked on Jim Salzer's house and it is a garrison.
It is, yeah, the one I'm talking about is on Well, whatever it is, it's a different house, but in any event, there's a couple of them and they're visible
Okay.
from historic streets.
Personally, I think we're, this is I think that might complicate it even more. I think simplicity is best here, so I'm not sure if I would go for the.
I have a question for the applicant. Through you, Mr. Chair, is there a reason that the south elevation is under fenestrated?
They have a fireplace there and some built-ins that they wanted to keep, but we can look at maybe putting something there. We'll talk about it. Yeah.
Val, is the image of the existing in the upper right corner?
Yes.
Okay. I think we need a view on this also.
I think that's a good idea.
This is like, guys, we're
Okay,
killing it.
I'll
for
make
nothing.
a motion for a view and hold for revisions.
Yeah, and Val, I would suggest throw that Garrison in there and fix the fascias. Okay, on Abby's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And Joe,
Aye.
and Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see where we go. Okay, now we are on to 2A Forest Ave and 2B Forest Ave. 2A or 2B. It'll be myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie, and that will be for both applications. Carrie? You're up.
Me? Did I hear you say right?
No,
You're
No,
up
you're up too.
as the alternate.
Okay, thanks.
Carrie, he
Gary's,
said
and
Gary.
Gary's up now.
Oh, Gary, okay, sorry.
I haven't signed any of them because I haven't had a chance.
Gary Wynn. What we're proposing here is basically a three bay garage with a two-bedroom apartment above it. Very simple, has a cedar roof, cedar garage doors, and pretty much simple as possible.
Okay, thank you. Again, myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie, who'd like to begin?
Should I start since it was on my
Oh,
consent
yeah, why don't you
list?
comment? Thank you.
My concern was just in the totality of the lot. I think it would be helpful to see this in context with all the other proposed structures. Just, I mean, if they're all, like, this might be approvable just almost as is, but if they're all going to be like this, then I think there's going to need to be variation. One reason I put it on is that it's just a whole new structure and not too far off a very, heavily traveled way, Old South Road, but also the bump out for the garage, that seemed like that should be a pent roof and the door should be set back or come out further, but it seemed too little for the bump that is shown. That's all, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I was trying to digest the whole development of this site. But as submitted, it's pretty darn simple, pretty straightforward. Those garage doors are obviously on the inside, right?
They're cedar, yeah.
And they're cedar
Cedar
and,
roof.
and they look on the inside of the site. You don't see them from Old South Road.
No, well, you don't see really any of it because there's a Thai restaurant. It's going to be behind the Thai restaurant. It's a big structure that's going to be,
Okay,
that's already been approved. They're about to start to build it, I believe. As far as the site goes,
There are two small cottages going to be on the corner of Forest Ave. One has already been approved by you. We don't have design for the two backs yet. We just have building envelopes, and we're not sure what is going to be there. So.
Okay, so as you come off Forest Ave, there are going to be two smaller buildings
There's gonna
on
be
left
two-
and right.
Yeah, two
and this-
small, the one on the left is approved. We're gonna be submitting for another one for the right. And
Just
then-
one other question I had on this building is that you've indicated it has some stairs going up the side, but they're not shown on the elevation. I was just wondering,
No,
are those?
No, no, the stairs are inside of it. You can't see the stairs.
Oh, okay.
When
Well,
you
on the
go, when you go in that little back door there are stairs, but they're interior.
Well, it shows some exterior ones, but Angus just said they might be going down to a basement.
Yeah,
Okay.
if there is a basement,
Okay,
it's an option.
that should probably be indicated somewhere on this.
Well, they're underground.
Right.
So
If you look at the
Okay.
elevation.
No, I do see them here.
When you go in, you can go either up or down if we decide to build a basement. But it wouldn't change the elevations from the exterior.
Okay. And then my last question would be at 28 feet is what, I just want to make sure it relates to other buildings around it, that it's not too tall.
It's on bare lots.
Yeah,
Well, it's got some neighbors, so.
Just so you know.
it's
Bare
pretty
lots.
kind of industrial there. There's sort of a junkyard across the street, and it's going to be behind a restaurant, which is a large building.
Okay, thank you.
This is, the buildings on the street are very small.
Yeah. Okay. Val?
I think that for me, it's just I appreciate the smaller buildings being in front. They're very small. And then it bumps up to these two. But yeah, I think it's pretty simple. They're just all going to be the same, right?
Well, they'll be, they're all opposites, across from the street from each other, and we have not designed the back buildings yet.
Yeah,
And
this
We haven't
is-
decided on those, but they'll probably
What they look like.
be similar to each other as
Yeah.
well.
Anything else, Val?
Nope.
Gary?
Yeah, I just think, I mean, in and of itself, it's fine, but a whole group of these, it's just really static the way the whole property's laid out. I know we're not voting, looking at the whole property right now, but I think a little creativity on the site would be highly beneficial. Maybe a bigger building should be on the front and not right across from each other with two small, tiny buildings on the very front, but maybe mix it up a little bit.
Okay, thanks. So, Gary, my thoughts are that it's just confusing because the structure has the front door on the back of the building and there's a setback that looks to be all of 3 feet, maybe it's 5. And that's where the front of the structure is. And I understand these are, you're using for garage storage underneath, but
Yeah, well, it wasn't meant to be a house.
Please, it's
Yeah.
just, I'm giving you my feedback based on the aesthetics of the design and what I feel is appropriate or not. I do appreciate the smaller structures towards the front. I almost believe those should be more significant so that you're not trying to put so much program into these two buildings. In particular, pushing you to have a door on the back of the house, a front door on the back of the house. The other structure looks to be, if the footprint and the labeling is the same, it's a mirror image. So I would multiply those concerns by 2. And then the only thing other I would add is that, with respect to my comments, is that if there is going to be a basement entry, I would advise, even if there may not be is put the railing on the drawings, because otherwise you're gonna have to come in after the fact and it's gonna slow up your final. Because once you put, if you put that stairs in, then you're gonna need a railing. Once you put the railing on, it will not have been previously approved unless you come in subsequently. So just so you're aware of that.
It's interior. The stairs are.
Okay, so we're looking at a, can we look at the site plan? Yeah, I know, I'm just trying to come back to the point. So these are shown as exterior stairs.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. But
Okay, so
they're not on the drawings, though. That was.
Right, and my point is that if you were going to put stairs on the exterior.
We're not.
Okay, because if you were, put them in the drawings, because otherwise you're gonna get jammed up at the
Yeah,
end.
no,
That's all.
they're interior. If you look at the plans, if we do put a basement, they're gonna be completely interior. We didn't want to do the exterior stairs.
Okay, fair enough. So those are my comments. On the group's comments, I'm not really getting, I would appreciate a little more clarity on what it is we're concerned about. Mixing it up and I'm not sure about this or that isn't really productive. So,
Okay, well, I have one comment.
please, one moment, Carrie. Val?
Sure.
Val?
Okay, like, the front, the north, if that, I know it's a kitchen, it needs a smaller window, but if that could be rearranged so that at least there's 3 consistent window sizes on the front, which is what you'll see, that would be good, I thought.
Okay. Carrie?
I would like to see what was approved at the front of the property. Gary had said there's one of them that's already approved. It would be really helpful to see that, just because it's already been approved. And then on this particular building, how does it work that the front door is, 2 seconds away from a fence? I don't get that.
Well, it's not really meant, it's meant to be a garage building, basically, with a small apartment above it. It's not a house, and it wasn't designed to look like a house. It's a garage apartment.
So that door is not functional?
No, it's functional. You'll be able to walk around the back of the building to get into it. We wanted to do a 3-bay garage, but if we had the door in the front, then it would make that building even bigger and longer. So, I mean, it could either be on the side or it could be on the back.
One on the
But
gable
it's not
end.
the front of the building. The front of the building, it's designed as a garage structure, not
Right, I
as not as a house.
Right, maybe on one of the gable ends instead of the fence side.
Okay. I'm still not getting a strong sense of what modifications we are looking for, so I don't know what to suggest as a motion, other than revisions, but then we're just gonna be looking at this again.
Well, I have a thought.
Please.
One of the problems looking at these 6 structures is we have no idea what the materials are for landscaping or how the driveway is going to be, or what the materials are, or what the vegetation is going to be. I think that would help us a lot to know something. Otherwise, it looks like it's just a lot of asphalt with these 6 buildings, which it may be a bare lot, but I know there are pine trees around there, so I think it's gonna look a little odd. So I think it's important we know what else is going on here before we go ahead and okay this building.
Abby, are you suggesting something along the lines like in the past, a streetscape, or
Yes,
just trying to get an idea of what to ask for?
I would ask for a landscaping design
Hardscape plan and a streetscape.
and a hardscape.
So Gary, it sounds like we're looking for additional information in the form of illustration of a hardscape plan that indicates what the materials are gonna be, and a streetscape that shows the approved building along the front, the proposed building along the front. And then I think it would probably just be appropriate to include the 2 proposed buildings, the 2-story garage apartments, one of which is this structure. so we get a feel for what this thing is gonna look like from the street. And then, what will happen is when that comes in, we'll, also ask for a view. So people will be able to take the supplemental information that's been provided, take a drive over there and take a look-see at, oh, this is what's there now, this is what we anticipate, this is what's in the neighborhood, so on and so forth. It would probably be beneficial for you to, it helped, for me when you characterize the, part that this is not necessarily, intended to be family-style apartments or a home with a garage in the back. It's garages that have an apartment above it. So that was helpful for me. But, the information would be the hardscape plan, the streetscape. We'll put it in for review, and, if you can, I don't know if it's gonna be required or not, but you might just wanna prep yourself if you can get a copy of the neighboring building that's gonna go in, or at least the site plan to include as supplemental information, so that when we're sitting here.
The restaurant?
Yeah, when we're sitting here, we'd be like, oh, I see, full picture.
Do you have a problem with the two buildings being identical across from each other?
I don't, personally, I don't, pending seeing the streetscape. I think what this is ultimately gonna look like is two small cottages with a taller building behind it. And frankly, I would prefer to see that because it's a gradation up and away from the street versus big buildings in the front. And they're not typical historical street front homes, so.
We did that on purpose.
I mean, unless of course you flipped it around and you put the bays facing, the front doors facing Forest Ave and the bays facing internally, I don't know if that would work. You might have the angles, but maybe not.
It wouldn't work.
It won't work, you guys
No,
laid it
it
out.
won't work at all, but we're really building
Yeah, okay.
garages, apartments, not houses. It's not designed as a house.
One last comment for direction. Just in the simplicity of the design overall, I was looking at the trim and I'm seeing 1x6 for the corner boards, 1x4 for the window casing. So all that makes sense, but where I'm lost is the 1x10 fascia and 1x8 rake. Those both seem heavy. So, and it doesn't really reflect that in the drawing. It doesn't look like. So if we're looking at any revisions, I would be looking for those to get reduced to 1x6 or 1x8 for both of them.
For the fascia?
Yes.
What is it now, 1x10?
I think they're pretty basic.
Yeah, the drawing
Yeah.
doesn't reflect 1x10, but Angus has points well taken. So my mods on that, the easiest thing to do, Gary, is just to label the drawings, and then we'll make sure with respect to the dimension, and we'll make sure it tracks on the application. Streetscape, hardscape, and we'll take it from there.
That's my motion.
Okay, Abby on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And Dale.
Aye.
And Carrie.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Gary. We're gonna do rinse and repeat on the second one.
Got it.
Okay?
Yep.
Is it this, it's the same, right?
Yeah, it's exactly the
Okay.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Mirror image. Okay, thanks, Gary.
What about different colors?
I don't know.
Any way
I
to
figured
look
I would
at-
save colors so we have something to talk about
Okay.
next time. 8 Copper Lane.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Tori, good evening. Let's see, 8 Copper Lane. Yeah, you guys, please, if you were the one who deemed something not consentable and I don't call you, don't be a wilting lily. You can mention to me, hey, I was the one.
You did this one.
I did this one. Did I do this one? I'm no wilting lily.
Don't wilt away.
Demolition of deck existing replaced with new 20. Okay, Tori, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Pretty self-explanatory. This is the existing deck. I've submitted some photos so you can see the privet and the existing drive. There's really no visibility from the north property line, as you can see from the east elevation photo. We're looking to remove the existing wooden deck and railing and replace it with just over, I think, 660 square foot bluestone patio that wraps around the bulkhead.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You guys have seen Holly's comments. Mickey, does your group have anything?
Just that this will probably be partially visible through that opening in the hedge, through that gateway. And bluestone is not quite appropriate for this neighborhood. Brick would be preferable. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's see, myself, Abby, Angus, Dale, and I think it's Connie.
I have a question for the applicant. Is this an as-built?
No, the existing deck is what is there currently.
May I, Tori?
Yeah, that's, sorry, go ahead.
Is the existing deck that's there also what's proposed?
No, what's proposed is a bluestone patio.
Is that what's there?
This is like basically a dead end. This is all residential to the right. And Copper Lane is to your left where you see the curved picket fence. This is the east elevation of the home.
Okay,
That's the,
is the arbor existing?
yes, you can see it right here in the west-south.
And what's the existing patio made of?
There is no existing patio. It was an existing wooden deck.
Okay, well, you might want to stop over there because the image we have shows a 18 by 18 inch square patio in place.
Where? Right here? This image? That's not the house. That's not the property.
No, not that image, the image that one of the commissioners has taken when they went to do a view.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it is done.
Yeah.
So I went to take a view because I wanted to see if, as Mickey had pointed out, that there was any visibility from Copper Street through
Got
the
it.
parking to the area. And what I saw was no deck, and it almost looks like it's either pavers or concrete, but yeah,
Okay,
like
I
the
didn't-
whole
yeah.
backyard is hardscaped.
Okay, I did not know that. I submitted this back in early March or end of February. So I will figure that out for us.
Okay. So I think what we need to do is a view, because there's no sense talking about something that we're concerned about, or maybe not concerned about, what it will look like when it's finished, and it's finished, so we might as well just put it on for a view.
Okay.
Okay? And we'll do that. Okay. So,
Well, that's
can I
my
get a
motion.
For review. Abby,
Motion for
on your
review.
motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Dale,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
And I just have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Should I re-sign it up on the next old business deadline to put it back on the agenda?
I think it's old business now, so subject to the deadline and what
Yeah.
Kathy's comment
Yeah,
is.
through you, Mr. Chair, to Troy, yes, you're going to sign up by the 24th, which is
Okay.
next Thursday, because we don't have any meetings next week.
Yeah.
And you're going to sign up, use the old business sign-up sheet and just submit the second sheet and say for review.
Okay,
Okay? Right,
great.
thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on to 5, Weetamo. It's going to be Angus, Abby, Val, Joe, I believe Joe.
Mr.
and
Chair,
myself.
we got word that they wanted to hold, however, Michael is online. I don't know why he's here, but we got word that they wanted to hold both applications. Maybe he's changed his mind.
Okay, Michael? Okay, so,
Michael, I'm unmuting you.
are you there, Michael?
Michael?
Okay, do we have a butters or any letters that came in?
No, there was just one for support
One for support, and when did they notice us?
to hold
Yeah,
right before the meeting.
okay, so just please make a check that
Yep.
they've got one potential strike if butters show up at the next 3 meetings and they hold them. Okay, so we're gonna hold those, no motion
Both of
necessary.
them?
So no, Weetamo?
Yeah, no motion necessary. 38 Orange Street,
Yes, I'm promoting Matt to panelist now.
by the way, Angus, thank you for that investigative work.
Yeah.
And
Solved a lot of problems, like discussion wise. Okay. Is Matt, Matt, you said you're gonna promote him?
Yep, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Good evening. If I could share,
Please go ahead.
Yep,
all right,
go for it.
there it is. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for, it's pretty simple. There's a enclosure, a fence enclosure. This is 30 Orange Street. It's a fence enclosure to hide AC unit, basically. There's actually some pretty thick privet hedge right on Orange Street. There's also some secondary privet around it that we're proposing, and then just adding a type 2 picket fence around it. And then the other change is to change an existing concrete apron. That's an existing apron. It's pretty broken up and in poor shape, and we wanted to replace that with Belgian block. So I don't know if everyone can see my screen. Hopefully they can. You guys all see can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Great.
I think you covered it, Matt. I think we're
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
You've seen Holly's comments, Mickey, you guys?
Sure, we'd prefer the apron to be brick, as did Holly, and the, this proposed heat pump condenser units, they really ought to be on the back of the building, not on the street side. That's it, thanks.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe would like to be on.
I'll go.
Val.
I went by this, and if you look, Matt's pictures do show too, that is the reality. They have really thick hedge there, right on the street between the property and the sidewalk. So I agree with Mickey, typically they should be away from the street, but we're not gonna see this. They're gonna put a fence up and another batch of privet in front of it, so I am fine with this, and I agree, that the apron should be brick.
Okay, thank you. Abby.
I go with the brick apron as well. But I guess you can't shift that heat pump around to the other corner, right? Because it says it's like a 5'10" setback. Is that why you can't
Yeah.
put it around the corner there?
Yeah, there's a number of mitigating factors, just in terms of like circulation, access points, and things like that. So again, given the amount of screening that's there presently, plus the screening that we're going to add, and the fact that it's going to be a type 2 fence, I just don't think it's ever going to be visible.
Okay, yeah, with the supplement vegetation, I guess I'm okay with it being on Orange Street.
Okay, Angus?
So I agree about the brick apron, and I would rather see or rather not hear the condensers if it were on the east side as opposed to the west side on the street side. It's the hedges, we all know what happens to those during the winter, and that's not a short season. I appreciate the additional screening, but also the humming. It just sort of changes your environment when you're walking on this really street of whaling captains' houses. So, I think it would detract from the setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I had this on consent, and the only reason why I didn't consent it was that the cobblestone seemed foreign to the lot. So my only concern was the apron being brick to match the other materials on site. Otherwise, I have no concerns.
Okay, thanks. So, Matt, I agree with the brick being as opposed to Belgian or anything else. I think my concern is given the location, unless you use something like yews, that evergreen plant materials are probably not going to do well. And despite the depth of that privet, height and depth of that privet, it is gonna drop leaves. The wind's blowing through there up on Orange Street. So it's not like it's a shelter location that's gonna hold leaf through the winter months. So I too am concerned about that location. we can always do the not visible time inspection or thereafter. I would suggest, though, that if it turns out that it is visible, that we would, given its location on Orange Street, its proximity to Orange Street, that the motion would say use or similar and of sufficient height, not visible time inspection or thereafter. If the unit, the heat pump unit becomes visible, it's to be relocated to the east.
We can do that, Mr. Chair. And then also, there's a type of plant species that is evergreen, and it's not my area of expertise, but if there was a species, the additional screening that we're proposing, we're happy to do that as well.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be you. I mean, I don't know if the euonymus is gonna hold. Julie Jordan's in the audience. She could.
And there's a picket fence going around it too, so.
Okay, so it'll be an evergreen material. Let's roll her into this one. Okay, is somebody willing to make a motion, not visible time inspection or thereafter, subject to evergreen hedge? If visible in the future, it'll be relocated to the east, and brick versus Belgian block.
Yeah, I can make that motion.
And
unless somebody else
okay,
wants to.
so, and you'll write it in as restrictions,
Sure.
conditions. On Abby's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, Matt. Let's see, you've got one more, 10 White Elephant Way?
Yes. And by the way, I'm in a location with not the greatest internet connection. That's why my camera is off. So just want to try to make it as stable as possible. So this is White Elephant Way. Everyone can still see my screen. This is the last structure at the end of White Elephant Way. And this structure has obviously been approved. And the roof walk access is a little vertical, and we're hoping to create a more ergonomic access to it. And so we're proposing to put a skirt on it, and it would be a natural skirt. And we provided drawings and some perspectives just to show you what that would look like. We're not looking to change the size or dimension of it. It's really just about access and trying to make it a bit, safer, honestly. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. So your board is Mav and Carrie. Mickey?
No concerns.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to be on?
I will.
Bill?
Thanks, Matt. I just want to say overall, that area looks really nice. You did a great job, and thanks for working with us so hard on that.
Thank you.
No concerns about the roof walk if it's natural to weather the skirt.
Thanks, Val. Abby?
Sorry, I'm just scribbling away here.
Angus?
Nothing to add.
Abby?
Sorry.
Carrie?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Abby, it seems like
Yeah,
it just keeps coming back.
I know, it keeps like a rubber ball. Let's see. I don't know, everybody else was, the roof walk. With this,
There's a picture of what it looks like currently. Or
are
what
there,
one of them looks like.
is there spacing in between the boards?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it would be solid. It would actually, I believe it'd be V-groove, so it would not be natural.
Sorry I brought that up.
Yeah?
I think Angus wants to say something.
I already spoke.
Oh, I thought you said something about black lines in between. I think I would be in favor of, not it being a V-groove, a solid white, but having the spaces in between.
Okay, thank you. So Matt, I think, I mean, I'm just gonna say it, I think it was a mistake to approve in the first place. I'm looking at the image and it, with the covered porch there, it reads like a one story, not quite 1.5, you know, it's a 1.5 story, but it doesn't read like a 2-story. So, I think the fact that it was open is at least somewhat helpful, but I would not be in support of a skirt. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think the roof walk's appropriate. What do we want to do, folks? Not to take away from the rest of the work you did there, Matt, which is spectacular.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just think it's taking away from the beautiful design, Matt.
If I could, Mr. Chair,
No lobbying, Matt, but go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that we're proposing it for it to be natural. And the roof is a red cedar roof. And, you know, I do think that ultimately when it all grays out, it'll blend. And like I said, it's really mostly about just getting better access up there. So that's it. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Carrie?
I have a suggestion. Why not, you could fill it in behind the boards, but give the boards space so it really reads as an old
Oh, yeah.
roof walk with a skirt.
That's a very interesting idea. I've never done that, but I don't see why we couldn't. I think that's a great solution.
I mean, it's just a face of the structure underneath. So just, you know, face it in a way where you have separated boards.
Matt, what about just on the back half, so at the ridge, I'm a little concerned about a reset enclosure. But if it were at the back half,
Like a
We could try the scuttle option. The tricky part is the way that where your access would be on the front quadrant. But if you're open to a scuttle, and if we could try to put it on the back only, I can see if that works. So just having looked at it a number of times, I know it's going to be challenging just because of the existing conditions, if you will.
okay, well, I just wanted to get information. What do you guys want to do with this?
I'd make a motion to hold for minor revision or more information about just utilizing the south side of the ridge and leaving the front or the north side as was previously approved.
Okay, thank you. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you.
Matt.
That started really well, then it just took a turn.
You're wishing the camera died on you, huh?
I know.
Okay.
All right, thank
Well,
you.
thanks, Matt.
You got it.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 57 Somerset.
Mr. Chair, I don't know who was here to represent Hannah.
Soph?
She's not here.
Okay, why don't
Oh,
we,
actually, I think it's Thomas Garrett.
is Tom, are you, yeah, I think Tom, maybe. If you're
Hi, yeah,
here,
here.
hi, Tom, 57 Somerset?
Yes.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Okay.
Tom.
Are we gonna steer or are you gonna steer?
You can
Wanna
steer.
share?
I mean, it's a move off / demo 1995 house. So
Okay.
I'm relatively new at this process. So if you guys can show the plans or the pictures, that'd be great.
Okay, sounds like you've already got command of the situation. Why don't we go ahead and get that up and begin when you see it on the screen, and kindly direct staff through pages as you go.
Great. Yes. So it's a 20,000 square foot lot. There's an existing dwelling there built in 1995. It's got lots of issues. It's an upside down house. And doesn't meet our needs as far as needs a lot of work. The windows are shot side, and you can see there's rot. The floors are junk. And if someone would like it, we'd love to let them have it. Otherwise, the cost to do something with this to make it do what we want is not worth it. So.
Okay. It's a move up.
It's on a
demo,
crawl space as well, so there's no basement.
No basement. Okay. It's me, Abby, Angus, Vale, Mav, and Connie.
I'm happy to start.
Go ahead.
So this isn't a contributing structure as usual. I would prefer for it to be moved than demoed. But I can't help myself but to point out, hearing that the windows are shot, they're 30 years old. But the windows that are 100 years old generally are still hanging in there. So one more plug for restoring old windows. But I don't have any concerns about this being approved as submitted.
Okay, thanks. Connie,
No concerns.
does anyone have any concerns with this other than they'd like to see it reused if possible?
Nope.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that carries. You're all set, Tom.
Great, thanks, guys.
5 Arbor Way, Julie Jordan. Gee, our landscaper of the night, it looks like. None other.
None other.
No?
I brought some support.
This isn't another as-built, is it? No, I'm just teasing. Not on you. I just recalled that we did have a hardscape earlier, but it wasn't a landscaper.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
when you're ready.
Julie Jordan for the applicant. Our plan here is to reno the existing landscape and driveway and add an outdoor, to rehab an outdoor kitchen. So the driveway as existing is a circular shell driveway with pink Belgian block. And we hope to make it more of a courtyard format and make the Belgian block into a more gray color that would correspond with the rest of the neighborhood. And we're adding a non-visible pergola over the outdoor kitchen that we designed. But I thought this would go on consent. And then I looked at my application and realized that I'm a woman with many hats and there wasn't enough site photos for you to do it on consent, so I did some packets. Can I pass them out?
Yeah, do you have digital too to submit through
Yeah, I
staff
did
at a
already.
later date? Okay.
So this just shows the existing conditions.
So you're a woman of many hats, but you didn't bring your camera with you the first time?
No, I have lots of pictures, I just didn't submit them.
Oh, I gotcha. I got it. Good to see you.
And in these pictures, you can see the pink Belgian block.
What are you gonna do with the pink
I
velvet?
don't know, if someone wants it.
Are you gonna send it back to Sarasota?
I think it's China, brother.
It's too bad if you had some brown and gray,
I think
you'd
there'd be a tariff on it entering though.
be like native stone. Okay,
And you can see on the detail page, there's gonna be fencing, so that there'll be a courtyard and then a planted fence row, kind of separating the human space from the cars. And, otherwise it's pretty hedged about, so if you have questions, certainly I'm happy to field them, or if there was a reason this was pulled aside.
I will let you know that in a moment. Joe, you are, let's see,
I'm here.
Mav, and it would be, I think, Carrie County, yeah, Joe, why don't you go ahead, you can start. This was.
Sure. Well, I had this on consent, and I think none of the elements looked inappropriate that were internal to the property. The only thing that gave me pause was the gate. And I understand there's an existing gate there, and it wasn't clear to me if the gate was simply being replaced or if the design was slightly modified, looked like it's slightly modified. And there have been a lot of gates that have come through recently, and I thought that the other board members might want to weigh in on it. We've moved some inboard on the property. This looks very similar to what's there. But the only reason why I didn't put it on consent was because of the gate.
Okay,
through the chair.
yeah.
So they want to make the driveway a little wider on the entry, not at the Belgian block apron, obviously, but just where they can hit those posts. My preference as the designer is to get rid of the gate, but they aren't there yet. So I just drew the same gate 1 foot wider.
Do they need some help?
No, it's fine. I want them to have the option, but when it comes to installation, I'm hoping to omit it.
Gotcha. Okay. Joe, anything else?
No, I have no concerns given the existing conditions, and I would fully support the gate going away. But I have no concerns with the items on the interior. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Angus,
I agree with Joe.
does anyone have any concerns?
No.
I just have a question out of curiosity. In the plan, there's some boardwalks, 7 arborways, the lower building. What's the little rotary in the middle of that?
It's just gonna be shell path.
Okay, I just didn't know because it wasn't, and I'm like, what is that? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Let's see. Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and Joe.
Aye.
All right, you're all set.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so your alternates would be Carrie and Connie.
All right, I'm gonna chair this one.
Oh, Arbor Way.
Okay. Let me get to it. Hold on. Hold everything. What is it?
6 Fairgrounds?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Tobias? Oh. It's a nice ring to it, Madam Chair.
What's that?
Has a nice ring to it, Madam Chair.
No way.
Well, bonjour, Madam Chair. This evening, we have a application at 6 Fairgrounds Road. This is part of the Tacoma Green project. We're proposing to do solar on all 4 of the all 4 of the buildings. And all the, we tried to locate all the solar on the rear of the structures away from Fairgrounds Road. We have solar, there are flat roof structures as well that have some mechanical devices on them as well. We've located solar there as much as possible.
This is this first
To
building.
keep at the minimum, and just looking for your initial feedback. Roof is going to be black asphalt. We originally looked at doing some carports here, but felt, given the evolution of Tacoma, it would have been a bit much there, and also outside the budget for the project with the town. So looking forward to hearing any feedback and thoughts you might have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Tobias. Is anyone ready? I went and looked up what the buildings actually look like, because I was struggling with the little model to really get a feel for it. So if anybody wants to look at those, this is this building. Oh, so who's sitting on this? It would be Angus, Abby, Connie, and Carrie. Okay, is anybody ready to go? Want to go first?
I'm happy to start.
Okay.
So I like the idea of solar being on all of these. I guess I would look for them being on the opposite faces of Fairgrounds and Tacoma. So north and, I guess, south and east. Yeah. I think this front building, the one that's closest to Fairgrounds, I think would be the most sensitive. I think the ones after that are going to get to be easier. But I would say the flat part, I mean, are you able to really do it as shown? It looks
Yeah, so
barely visible.
I didn't want to show it to you with there's going to be a precipice on that roof, so the panels will not be
Recessed.
visible, but
Okay.
I didn't want to. We were trying to use some renderings to make it more visible. I recognize to the board that it's not perfect, but I can promise that if they were on the flat part of the roof, they will not be visible. Scouts on it.
So I think that on this part, I'm seeing the south elevation. And that is, so I take it the north is what is facing Fairgrounds, right?
Correct.
So,
Well, yeah,
I,
the front is
so,
west.
I think north and west are the elevations that are facing the streets, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and then the panels are going on the east and south and on top. So, I don't really have any concerns.
It's here. That's north. That is this one, east.
East, okay, so.
And even while they're sorting it out, even the west side, there's going to be another building that is going to be obstructing the view of what is being proposed right now. Okay,
But it's not on the west.
thank you.
I know.
On the, sorry, Angus, that would be the east. On the east side, there will be another building.
On the east, so is this on the south? Are we looking, I'm looking in the locust map, and it looks,
So,
is
Here.
is that right that this is on the south side of Fairgrounds?
yeah, this is all on the south side of Fairgrounds.
This is.
Right.
There's two buildings that face Fairgrounds Road, one to the east and one to the west.
And the one that is clouded in red is to the east, and the building that is to the west will be obstructing that
This is.
west view of the structure. Thanks.
East.
It's always tricky when it's on a 45.
Yeah. Well, so, yeah.
Right.
All right, so Fairgrounds is.
So, Connie, are you ready to go, or?
Yeah, if I'm looking at this right, the north is facing Fairgrounds.
No,
Yes.
Well,
That's what I
north is
labeled.
facing the police station and west is facing Fairgrounds.
Okay. So
Do you want to look at the plant,
Yes, but I think I'm good with this.
okay.
I think they're labeled, I mean, it could be
Yeah.
northeast and southwest and so forth, but because it's a 45-degree angle, I think that.
But on the drawings from the Tacoma Green people, they're labeled
oh,
So
how they
west,
did northeast, southwest.
west is facing.
so Tacoma Way is south?
Has it?
So let's just clarify, this
has
that is labeled north is facing not the police, not the fire station, but the Fairgrounds Road.
No.
See,
That-
there's a difference there.
The
west
applicant is
is-
saying that that is the,
Give me that plan.
Yep, it looks like the west maybe.
It does.
I'm
This is
still okay with
north.
it.
Can
Yeah,
the
there was
scroller
some
put it on the site plan, please?
This is what faces Fairgrounds Road.
West,
West?
yes.
That's why it was confusing.
No
Well, it's
worries.
got the two dormers. Okay, so west faces fairground, and there are no solar panels on it.
Just on the.
Correct.
All right.
So it's, okay.
So going around west would be,
I just want them to have the right
No,
view.
I figured this would have to come back twice because it's such a big project. There's so many plans, there's been so many changes, so take your time.
Carrie, are you ready?
Yeah, I just would like the scroller to put it on the site plan for a second.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this goes with our guidelines. They're not on the front of the building facing the street, and we're not gonna see too many of them. We're gonna see some of them on that low roof that's facing west. That's it, or east, I guess. No,
Facing
that's west.
south.
West has none.
South, thank you.
determine
The west is Fairgrounds, south is Tacoma.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Look at the roof plan.
that's what I just looked at, the.
That is a different
No,
building.
not that one. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at, those two dormers are on Fairgrounds Road.
This faces Fairgrounds,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
that's
see what it says?
which he's,
West.
yeah, but he's
what he's
going
wrong.
to north in his application.
Okay.
Who cares?
Well,
I
we
just,
care.
well, no, I mean, I just don't want them on the front of the building, so. Maybe we should talk about it that way.
I'm okay
Does
with
any-
this one.
Okay. Connie, did you go?
Yes, I was
Okay.
okay with this.
Abby?
I'm fine with what, I just want to ask one simple question. What elevation faces Tacoma?
South. This.
But there's a building. in it.
The crazy one.
And they're on the lower, right here.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, now that I,
It was very hard for me to draw it too, if it makes it
Thank you.
helpful.
You should get the plans and mark them on here. Easy. You didn't have to
We thought
draw.
that this might be more three-dimensional, but I should have included them. Always room for improvement, right, Abby?
So it's great that they have a flat area in the middle.
Yeah, yeah, and the goal is to cover, similar to, I don't think we're gonna be able to cover 100% of the building's usage, but a significant portion, and so it's gonna be very helpful for the tenants, to live there, so
And what color is the roof?
the roof will be black.
Okay,
Architectural,
all right. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted. But just to clarify on the drawings, what the directions are facing. So as far as we understand, north is facing Fairgrounds. So we'll use that as sort of the directional, because unfortunately, the elevations of the building and the proposal for the solar are labeled differently. So that's what we've been sort of,
I'll make sure to resubmit.
and also that parapeted part of the flat roof really does obstruct the view of the panels up there. So that would be my motion, is that the directions are oriented towards Fairgrounds and Tacoma. And that the
Oh, yeah, just write
up
that.
the
what I
flat
was thinking.
portion of the roof with the solar panels won't be visible at inspection and thereafter.
Okay.
I'd just like to can I add one sort of to second that motion, that on the corner of the building, that faces Tacoma, we could add the option of adding trees if it turns out that they are visible we could add 2 trees on the corner.
Yeah, so just to address that, Abby, there's a lot going on, obviously, with this lot, and these buildings are, for context, the building are in line with the front of the fire station, to give you a context of, if you were to draw out that line, if you look on the locust maps, so they're set back a good distance for the road, because there are larger buildings, and so there is some plan to have some softening landscaping there.
Yeah.
So that they don't.
I retract that.
Okay, all in favor of Angus's motion?
Aye.
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 Carrie?
Aye.
Oh, I probably should have said everybody's name. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Thank God the chair is back.
No, you keep going, girl.
Oh,
There's 2 more,
seriously? Okay.
right?
All right, so 6 Fairgrounds, Building B.
Can we just talk about like fairgrounds of Tacoma instead of these stupid cardinal points that don't?
I should have done that, Abby, I apologize.
No, no,
I
it's
didn't think of it ahead of time. So this building is further down Fairgrounds Road to the Surfside side of it. Same thing, we're proposing doing, solar on the top of it. And then we're proposing doing solar that's kind of facing the parking lot and then towards Tacoma Way.
And
Can I ask a question?
sure.
The little lots on Tacoma Way, between Tacoma Way and this building, they will be developed, or are they open space?
Current, I can't speak for the town's plan, but currently the town owns the lots, and there's always been discussion about having, more traditional housing on this part of Tacoma, as far as it relates to a lawsuit about developing this lot.
Madam Chair, through you to Carrie, those will be developed in the future, but not right now. That is the plan with the town.
But the plan was to have smaller structures to make a transition.
Single-family homes.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this.
Okay. Just to point out that what I'm calling east, which faces Fairgrounds, does have 4 panels on it.
Mm-hmm. It's on a secondary mass.
It's on the second floor as well.
Angus, do you want to go?
The parts that I have a concern are the panels that are visible on Fairgrounds and Tacoma Way. So I don't have any issue with the ones on the top flat part. Those are hidden, or anything that faces the fire department, but it looks like there are ones that are on the front or the facing Fairgrounds that I'm concerned about.
And the east elevation, Angus, it's showing those 4 on the bottom.
This
or
one?
on the top.
Is that facing
Yes.
Fairgrounds?
Yes.
And then this is facing Tacoma?
Well, I wouldn't say it's facing Fairgrounds, but it's running, if you look up on the east elevation,
Yeah.
those 4 those 4 are the ones that are gonna be on the side if you were driving down Fairgrounds from Surfside, those 4 would be on the lower mass.
They're on the west.
I'm happy to, if it would make it easier for the board, it seems like there's some confusion here. I'm happy to bring this one back, hold it for another day.
What would be easiest is if, when we were looking at the bird's eye view, the plan view, either in the site plan and or just a floor plan, to have a roof plan so that we can see
Yes.
what's facing which way.
Yep.
But the visual from the site plan looks like there are 4 panels that are on a lower mass, but facing Fairgrounds. And then likewise, facing Tacoma Way, there are 8 that are on a lower mass facing Tacoma Way. And those are the concerns.
Yeah. It's right here. It's right next to the one that we just did. Oh.
Madam Chair, through you, Tobias, is the roof black also?
Yes.
Is it black on all 4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any way at all to move those 4 to another roof plane?
There's definitely some potential. It's just, they'd kind of be scattered, so if the board was not inclined to go with those 4, I might just nix them. But I'm also happy to come back again with some more information.
Well, how does anyone, you guys don't, Harry doesn't have the benefit of seeing what the elevations look like. And while that might be a lower roof plane, it's lower than the main mass, it's not a lower first floor mass. For me, that is the only panels that I have concern about facing Fairgrounds. So if those can be relocated somewhere else, that would be preferable. Do you want to see this, Connie?
We could make a motion, Madam Chair, to approve without the 4 panels on Fairgrounds, and Tobias could always come back once.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, if that makes it easier.
We could
Okay.
pass.
Yeah.
Hold for more information, maybe?
We could,
With an aerial plan showing where
Yeah,
the
if
panels are
yeah, sure, that can also be in.
on the roof?
What do you want us to pass it and then come back, or
I
you
think
want
it
to?
might be just easiest just to pass it and then let me rework it and come back.
Okay,
Just that way, they're all kind of passed as 4 together, and if it just makes it smoother in the long run.
okay.
Without the 4 panels
Without
on
the 4, yeah.
Fairgrounds. Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve as submitted without the 4 panels on facing Fairgrounds
West
Road.
elevation. West elevation.
On the east elevation.
It's
Correct.
No,
It's
no.
No, it's
Madam
west.
Chair.
I'm just making the motion that the panels on Fairgrounds Road, because I think it's kind of northwest. So I think it's not a direct cardinal point. So I'm just going to say the motion is to nix the panels on Fairgrounds Road, the 4 solar panels. It's my motion.
Can I second that for discussion? So these are the 4 panels that you're talking about,
Yeah.
nixing.
They're,
And these are the ones that are facing Tacoma Way.
Yes.
And everybody's good with that?
yeah,
Huh, okay.
that's a lower mass
In the
blocked
back.
by the main mass.
Facing Tacoma Way. I have a concern about that, but I might be the minority. So we'll continue with the vote, I guess.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
may I ask a question?
okay.
Through you. Hey Tobias, what about shifting these roof panels that are on an angle such that the height of the panel, for instance, on the left is relative to the ground on the same angle, or I should say the one on the right, so to basically shift this over a little bit. Because this is high here, but this is the width of the panel plus this away. This is the height, and it's much closer to the edge of the roof, and therefore more visible potentially.
Yeah, you're not gonna see anything that, there's a precipit.
Okay.
So you're not gonna see anything on the flat, and we're also working with, fire access to these buildings as well, so, they would be more filled up than they would be otherwise, the flat parts of the roof. So we filled them up as much as possible. That makes for a clean, accessible roof, for when people need to get up there to do maintenance and whatnot. If the board, I think for simplicity's sake, if you want to approve it with those 4 panels removed, then we can come back to you with some more clear pictures for that potentially concerning elevation that will be visible coming down Fairgrounds.
So I might include those 8 panels that are on Tacoma Way with my motion to take those off the approval and just do the rest of the panels for now. And then you
That's
can
fine.
always
Yeah,
come
yeah.
back.
That's
That-
fine.
Yeah, so then are you okay with that? Okay, so my motion has been changed. So are you ready for this?
I'm ready to stick
what
a
it's
pen in
like.
my
Okay,
eye.
we're almost there.
I have 2 more.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Welcome to my world.
No, okay, go ahead, motion.
Okay, motion to approve as submitted without the 4 panels on Fairgrounds Road and the 8 panels on Tacoma.
And the reason for that?
Visibility. And
But we
you can
just
always come back.
approved a whole bunch of panels on the south of the first building, on the first floor. Just saying, okay. All in favor of Abby's motion? I guess we need to do a roll call because of Carrie. Angus?
Aye.
Abby, on your
Aye.
motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I am an aye.
And I just want to thank the board for creating these buildings with beautiful additive massing that makes for this, seamless presentation. Thank you.
You still got a pen and another eye.
I know.
4 buildings, 4
And mine
eyes.
are just starting to heal, so I'm letting you go.
Okay.
This was especially
Oh, this is
difficult
even
to
bigger.
understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
this
Vale's
is
doing a tremendous
building. We're now on to building A of Tacoma, so we'll call it Tacoma A, which is otherwise known on some of this as Waite Drive. Oh,
Also known as
That's
Canadian speak. Tacoma, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Tacoma A, okay,
Right, so,
let's look at that.
Is it 8 panels?
This one's got them all over the place.
yeah.
It's essentially the 2 front buildings squished together, twisted, back together.
Great.
So to me, the front on this one is what they're calling south,
Oh, God.
which faces the parking lot.
Correct.
And that has a lot of panels, if anybody wants to look at the elevations. They're here. Anybody ready to go? Okay, do that later. No?
South is facing Tacoma.
And the park, yes, yeah.
And
That's
how
really,
come, can I ask a question to Tobias?
yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's a dormer on the left of the long length building with no panels on it, but there is a dormer in the middle with panels on it. Why aren't there any on that dormer? Because that's the highest roof that will probably be less visible
Right.
way up there. So why not?
I think we were just, we were trying to get as many panels up there as possible. And the rule was try to get panels in a location where we could fit 6 panels. And if something couldn't have 6 panels on it, our decision was, let's eliminate it for simplicity on our end. But if the board wanted to see some panels on that dormer, we could do that as well.
There's not room for, through the
Well-
chair, there's not room for 6 on this one?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you pass it on?
So I feel like I'm good with all of them except for the lowest level roof.
This faces Tacoma, right?
Not that.
Connie, you ready?
Nah.
Okay. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I just talked.
Okay.
I said I'm okay with all of these except the ones on the lower level roofs. And I would say try to get those up high. That's it.
This one, Connie, you went.
This
or-
one is, yeah, this one's more difficult because I think you're gonna be able to see them, those 4 in the front that face fairground. And then on the opposite for Tacoma, but it looks like there's a building in front of that, correct?
Yeah, so the first 2 buildings we discussed, those are called the fairgrounds buildings.
Okay, so
And
those
so
are
this
there.
building is behind, so
Behind it.
anything, this building is behind those buildings from fairgrounds.
Yeah, so my concern would be those in the ones that face fairground, on the south elevation, those 4 in the front. I think the others are gonna be internal to that parking lot and the other building. So I don't think you'd see them from Tacoma, because on the lower level.
So the ones that you are thinking are facing fairgrounds, actually the roof plane that runs the other way, the gable faces fairgrounds, so they actually face
Oh,
Tacoma here.
Yep, okay.
So I think fairgrounds side is good. There aren't any panels that you're gonna see.
Correct.
And then the ones facing the next building we're gonna review, which are all on the lower porch roof,
Yeah.
is between 2 buildings, so I guess
Right.
that's okay. It's the one facing the parking lot that has a lot going on.
On that lower pitch, Val, is that what you're mentioning?
Yeah, on the porch roof
Yes, the one in the middle.
here.
Yeah.
Well, there's also some right here, which is a lower roof plane facing the other building.
Yeah.
So,
I think that, for whatever it's worth, it's helpful, that one shown on the east elevation, that would be facing towards Waite Drive.
right,
It's gonna be very well screened by the building in front of it.
right, that's what I was just saying. What does everybody want to do? I mean, for me, I would love to see the lower planes move up.
I'm with you.
So just to clarify, the north elevation is what's facing the fire department.
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, if panels were viable, I'd much rather them being over here than over here that's facing the parking lot in Tacoma Way. Is that viable?
I think you guys have done very well. I was expecting a big hold for revisions, so, I watched you guys go through this building like 14 times when you were designing it, so I'm just very happy to get this far. I'm happy to come back to the board with any sort of information and more clarity after hearing some of the board's feedback.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion on this to hold for some revisions?
Clarity,
What?
to hold for some clarity.
Well, yeah, and he can,
I think,
and possibly mitigate what you can facing south, which we're calling the parking lot, which to me is the front of the building.
I think that in general, the main concerns are anything facing, well, really, in this case, Tacoma, because the building that we were just working on is obstructing the view from Fairgrounds.
yeah, so all the stuff, all the stuff on the south is essentially facing a parking lot. You know, that you're,
Right.
you know, there's gonna be, you know, right now there's a forest, you won't see it through, you know, a forest, but in the future, there might be single-family dwellings in that section.
So that area, what you're saying is the area that is on Tacoma Way, that's on opposite the parking lot from the building we're looking at, is all wooded now, and it will only get cleared for buildings that would still obstruct the view. Okay. In
The
that,
privy of the board.
in that case, I mean, I don't have any concerns
Because it faces a parking lot.
because it faces a parking lot.
Okay, Abby?
So I don't have any concerns with this because my main concerns were Fairground and coming down Fairgrounds Road at the corner of Tacoma. But I don't have a problem with even the ones on the lower level here.
Okay, and we're letting go of our on the front of the building then. We're
Hang in
making
there.
an exception to that.
Hang in there.
I think I have a problem with them on the lower level, facing, south, right? Yes, the lower level on the south.
Okay, and Carrie?
Yeah, I think lower level south should go up higher.
Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve with the lower level south elevation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on one, and 1, 2, 3, 4 on the right-hand side, 6 on the middle, lower, I don't know what you call that, first floor roof. The 6 panels, those are taken off. And on the right-hand side, on the first floor roof, those 4 are taken off of the approval.
I guess we'll have to do an Exhibit A if that's
I can do an Exhibit
your
A.
motion. So we'll do a roll call. Angus, in favor of Abby's motion?
Val, would it be, I don't want to interrupt, but could you just hold it for revisions? You know,
Okay.
I'm kind of been fishing for that for a while, just
Okay.
having heard some of the feedback, and then that way you'll get some clean plans.
Okay.
And it might be easier for everybody in the long run.
Thank
Quick
you.
and painless.
Okay, who wants to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Abby's motion to hold for revisions. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye.
And
All right.
do me the favor and do it on the second one. You guys have done great this evening. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
There's one more, just hold for revisions.
Hold for reading.
Okay, does somebody want to make that motion?
Sure, that's my motion.
In favor of Abby's motion, Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. You're fabulous.
Best part when you get to the eyes.
Yes, okay, we're
A
through.
pen in my eye?
Okay, thank you, Val. Very marvelous job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, you had to figure out
I was saying,
where they
hold,
were.
stay tough, you'll get through it. You can be objective. All right, let's see, so Matt, are you here?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Hi, 68 Shakimo.
Share. Can everybody see my screen? Yeah. Okay, great. So this is 68 Shakamo. It's just over a 5-acre site. We actually submitted the garage, which is shown on the site plan here previously. That was actually approved on consent, which was great. Thank you. In terms of context, there's an existing structure on site, and that was a Gwen Thorson home. We've included photographs of that. That structure is staying on site. We're not planning to do anything to that. But the proposal here is to build the new primary dwelling here that's indicated with the light red hatch. We've included topography for your reference, and we've established a finished floor elevation just for your reference, but we do have a landscape plan forthcoming. As far as the architectural style of the house, we tried to take some cues from Gwen Thorson's structure, both in terms of like roof pitch and some slight modifications, but clearly we want these structures to have a certain common language, if you will. So in terms of the design of the structure, it's essentially a 1.5-story structure. Has a decent sized footprint, but we tried to create a hierarchy of massing. Window types and, like I said, trim types do reference the existing structure. But all in all, we try to keep it very simple. And I do think it's contextual. The house is a neighborhood of similar size and scale. The house is going to be, pretty well screened from the road, just given the existing heavy brush. And again, the owners really, don't want the house to be seen from the road either. So in terms of visibility, I feel like it's fairly minimal. Like I said, I think the drawings are pretty straightforward, kind of speak for themselves. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Oh, let's see. So your board is Mav and Joe. And who'd like to begin?
I can go, I guess.
Abby.
Um,
Thank you.
I think I think the back of the house is a little more successful than the front in that it's just quieter with those shed dormers and the 3 rocket ships in front. You only have an elevation of something like 27 feet, and yet the 3 gables seem so vertical. I wonder if you couldn't minimize that verticality by making the roof pitch shallower. That might just do it, but that's my first take. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Val?
I need a
Angus?
My screen kept crashing, so I'm just now taking it.
Joe? Round the robin. Joey, ready?
Sure. Let's see. I don't know how to quite express this, but I'll try. I think that on the south elevation, well, first of all, this is far back from the street, and I question its visibility. I'm assuming that, the driveway curves towards the street, but I'm guessing that this is going to be heavily screened from the road. That central gable on the south feels a little skinny compared to the overall mass that runs east-west. And that's a really long ridge line there. So my first thought was whether or not there's a way to break up that ridge height on either side of that gable. But it's interesting that Abby mentioned the north elevation, because when you go to the north elevation, it's the same size gable, but it actually reads more, how do I put it, prominent, because the rest of the building is subdued with all the shed dormers. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I would address, but that is it. I mean, the side elevations with the 1.5-story mass, the meeting rails are not exactly lining up the way they should be. Again, I think it's got limited visibility. Appreciate the chimneys. This thing could almost use a roof walk, actually, and that help break up that roof line. That's it at a first pass. I'm going to keep looking.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Angus?
So yeah, I mean, when I look at the south elevation, which I guess is going to be facing you as you head up Shakama Road off of Pulpus, my concern is just the overall girth and width, length of that highest ridge. And then the three gables, to me, it just doesn't seem like it fits into the setting, as well as something that would be more graduated in that area. The side gables, I feel like, are really competing with the middle gable. And I agree with Joe's perspective of the north elevation working better, just because of the dominant 1.5-story eave line and shed dormers flanking that main gable, which gives it more prominence and seems to work better. So I guess in general, just reducing the perception of that main volume that these three gables go into from the south elevation. Thank you.
Thanks, Val.
The only thing I have to add is, it seems as though the plate height is high. Just scaling off the little thing on the side, it looks like from grade to second floor level is like 12 feet. So I think you can probably drop some height there. The doors are almost 8 feet. And bring it down that way. It's too bad, it's something about it is overwhelming compared to the house that's there, which is a rambling, little 1-story thing. But I personally would like to also view, because it seems as though it's in the middle of a wide open field. And I'd like to see what the visibility of it is. Those are my comments.
Thanks. I agree with Val, concerned about the visibility. Matt, I think the height is too much. I think the volume is lengthwise and height-wise. The primary mass is, I would just say, very ambitious, and then the gables are, the height exacerbates the effect of complicating that ambitious mass. I think the north versus the south is more simplified, but still an ambitious overall mass. Again, height and width. I think the west elevation is an example of more successful than the east, but again, height and overall mass are a concern. And those are my comments. So,
Did everybody go?
everybody went, and it sounds like we're looking for
Revisions.
revisions unless Matt needs clarifications on anything.
No, I appreciate your comments, and I do think a view would be also helpful for those who can go to the site. But great feedback, so we'll take that into consideration and come back forward with some revisions.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So on Abby, your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that's moving us right along to 35 Pinecrest, Sunwind.
Hey, I'm here. How you doing?
Hey, Tim.
Hey, Tim. Good evening, everybody.
Can Connie be on this one? I can just go take
Yeah,
a
sure.
walk.
So your board is myself, Angus, Val, Connie.
Excellent.
Actually, it would be, oh yeah, I wasn't here, I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with Connie.
Okay. Tim Holmes from Sunwind here to represent the homeowner. The majority of these panels are on the back of the roof and not visible. There's a few that we put on, I want to say it's the east side of the garage, that come over sort of the entryway peak. And those may be visible slightly as you come around the road. As you know, it's a one-way street. So you'd almost have to turn around, look behind you as you're going around the house to be able to see those. So for the most part, they are not visible from the road.
Okay, thanks. So I had this one percent. Somebody shut off your YouTube, please. I definitely don't want to hear myself talking. I can honestly say I have no idea why I didn't put this on consent. I know the location, visibility isn't a concern, direct visibility and even indirect, so just want to comment. The board is myself, Angus, Dale, Connie, and Carrie.
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
The majority of the panels are on the other side of the house from the road, and the panels that are seen at an angle are on a lower secondary mass of the structure, so I have no concerns.
Okay. Dale?
Ditto.
Carrie?
Ditto.
Connie, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted?
Thank you. On your motion.
Aye.
Connie, or I'm sorry, Carrie.
Aye.
Vale.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And then an aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Thank you all.
You're good to go, Tim. Thank you.
So-
35.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. We're on to 1 Caroline Way.
And Mr. Chair, I don't know who's here representing 1 Caroline.
Is there a Mirka in the house?
No, she's not.
All right, let's see what happens. Why don't we go to the next one, which is Ben Norman. Come on down.
Okay, skip Mirka.
Yeah, for now. New mixed-use building, 12 Hannibia. Let's see. And the board, be myself, Angus, Vale. Did Carrie sit on, who sat on the fairground tour? So
Carrie.
Carrie, okay, so it'll be Joe and Connie on this one.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, what?
Did we miss some steps?
Let me just pull this up again.
Look at the building that goes right next to it.
Well, hold on a minute, dear chairwoman. Ben, do you want to do an introduction?
Sure. So this is the corner of Hannaby Lane and Nobody or Farm Road. It's a pretty industrial area. This building is going to be a retail showroom for Mac Davis Flooring with apartments on the second floor. The intent is that it's an attractive building to draw in customers, obviously. So it's probably a little more stylized than its neighbors, but hopefully that's an improvement for the neighborhood. And that's it.
Okay, Connie, do you have anything to say about the gentrification of this industrialized area?
No, I didn't put it on consent, I just, because it was mixed use and I just wanted to
Get a board perspective.
correct.
That's valid. Okay, and do you have any concerns after you hear Ben's brief, thankfully, presentation?
No,
Okay.
no concern.
Does anyone want to speak on the architecture?
I will just say that having been out there today, my hair, it complements the little retail area that's like one in from this, you know, it doesn't have enough parking.
Okay.
So I think it could start a trend on the other side of the street.
Good. Joe, any concerns?
No concerns. I agree with what Val just said.
Thank you. Angus?
No concerns.
All right, so, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, for like a residential building in a industrial area, it's pretty handsome. So let's see what happens. What are the colors?
It's white.
White, okay. We got a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Okay, you're good to go. Next up is same address, hardscape parking lot. We're approving parking lots now?
I just like to check it off the list because I need to get a curb cut approval and all that stuff, so it's
gotcha.
just nice to get that.
And it is a lot of hardscape.
There's a parking lot. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
No.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Same board, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Tom and I, okay,
All right, thank you, everybody.
okay.
Please.
Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I don't believe that anybody's here for 45 Surfside, but it wasn't as-built.
okay.
I don't know if you want to take a look at it.
If there's no one here, then let's hold it.
Okay.
And let them know they'll be on towards the front of the next one, please. 26 Quidnet Path, Matt?
No, you can do it.
Is he here?
He looked like he left. He did.
All right, 5 Baxter Road.
Boy.
Is Elizabeth with us for 26 Honeysuckle?
No, Mr. Chair.
7 Folger Lane?
Workshop, no. Well, actually, let me see if Michael's still logged in. Did he not?
Michael, you there?
He's been logged in the whole night.
Okay. KOH, who's KOH?
That is
Dinah,
Dinah.
Dina,
I will,
Dinah.
I will
Oh.
send Dinah over.
She's here?
She's here. Stand by. Dinah? There you go.
Dinah in the evening. Okay. And is Studio Park with us?
Hi.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Dinah.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Good evening.
Okay, you got a pool. We want to hear what's going on quickly, please.
Quickly, we had a previously approved 13 by 27 foot pool behind the house. And now it is, we're asking to reduce the size to a 12 by 25.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve is submitted
Okay, that will be myself,
with the caveat.
Angus, not visible time inspection thereafter, no change in grade from prior to existing
Yeah.
application as per the Nantucket map geo topo. Vale,
Aye.
let's see, it'll be Carrie and Joe.
Aye.
Vale's
Aye.
Joe is a yes. Carrie's a yes.
I'm an aye.
Thank you. Vale's a yes.
Angus is a yes.
Angus is a yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
Yep.
There are 2 people in the queue. I don't know if they're waiting for applications or not. I don't know if you.
All right. Do you want to
They're
check
not,
with them and
you
make
know.
sure they're not Zoom bombers?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anna Marie Ribeiro and Lisa Berger.
Okay, could you guys identify which structure you may be here for?
Oh, hang on one second. Lisa has. Go ahead, Lisa.
I was here for 1 North Swift Rock Road. I wasn't sure where you were moving it.
At the beginning of the meeting, 1 North Swift Rock was held.
Was taken off consent and to be reviewed by the board at a later date.
Yeah. So that will reappear on an agenda for discussion by the board.
Okay, I just wasn't sure whether you moved it back to where it was originally on the packet. So we were just hanging out waiting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
Just the way you worded it, I wasn't sure whether we'd get to it or not.
Oh, well, hey, look, if in the future you are here and there's a question like that, please don't either send out a chat or don't hesitate to ask. I don't want to have you sitting around for nothing.
Yeah, there's no way to send a chat, but I could have raised my hand, I guess. All right, so you think
Yeah.
it'll be on next time?
Lisa, why don't you call the office tomorrow and I'll go over it with you.
Ask for Kathy Flynn.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, good evening. Is there anyone else in the
Bye-bye.
queue?
There's Anna Marie Ribeiro. I don't know what
Anne
she's
Marie
here for.
Riverio.
I don't know what they're here for.
She,
Hold on, Chair.
Oh.
I'm just trying to.
I was here for 62 Noma, but I don't think you're gonna go through that one anymore.
No, we're not getting
no,
to
that
that.
one's,
No, why don't you,
that one's on additional future action items.
yeah, why don't you give
Okay.
me a call tomorrow
Okay.
and I'll explain it to
Oh,
you.
yeah, she's down
Okay,
here.
and then,
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great night. Thank you.
hey, thank you. How about a motion to approve minutes, January 14th, 25 and March 11th, 25?
So moved.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
What are we voting?
the minutes at the end.
Oh, I'm gonna
Well, you can abstain or
abstain.
Um,
Are we not doing any of the rest of this?
no, there's no one in the queue.
Oh,
So let's get the minutes voted.
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Nothing like dawdling and waiting.
I'll make a motion
Abby?
to approve the minutes. Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm going to be a no, I didn't review them. Okay, so that's minutes. No HCC meeting Tuesday, April 22nd in honor of school vacation and all the kiddies. Next
Didn't
HCC
realize
meeting,
that.
April 29th. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you, everyone, and see you around campus.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Nighty night.
Oh, was I on this?
Can we just do another?
Sorry, I'm a
solar
little.
review? Another solar review at Fairgrounds in
I am
Nova?
sorry that but you